Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're all having a good afternoon. Welcome Bumbly, hey Mixed Ranger, hey Hoppin, hey Grucci, and everybody else who is currently here. I am back, and we're gonna give Bard a go today. If you guys are unaware, and if you haven't known, or if you don't know already, I am doing a build guide series for budgets, or just normals in general, to hopefully help new players learn how to build kits. So today we're going to do Bard, and fortunately, the last stream that we had, I killed a Bard player on Cleric, and this is the kit that he had. So I'm just going to run his kit straight up. Honestly, it's a good kit. So it doesn't have Jolly Time on it, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I think it's good regardless, so I'm going to just run it and see how it goes. Keep in mind, I am not a Bard player. This certainly is not my best class. My better classes by far are like Cleric, Fighter, Barb, maybe Wizard before the nerfs. So, just keep that in mind. I'm going to do my best to have some good fights in normals, though. I am going to be running Prismatic Performance, specifically just because I do plan to bring Lament of Langwar. I think this is a super good PvP skill. I am going to be running the lazy build because I hate playing Bard. So, I am going to be gimping my build a bit by running this skill because I will not be able to fit Shriek of Weakness in the build, which is it is a pretty good song. I wish I had space for it. But I don't feel like playing like real Bard, so we're gonna play the cheapo pseudo Bard. So yeah, we're gonna be running Rapier Mastery, Superior Dexterity, Reinforced Instrument, so I am gonna be throwing drums at people. And we are gonna run Rhythms, Beats, Ballad, and Area. All very, very good buff songs. And then Lament is gonna help us kite away from players. So yeah, that is the plan for today. Hey Sharpie, welcome. Hey Nox, first time you caught the start of stream. Well, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Hey Puppet, welcome. Hey Zell. Can you make a poll to practice? I mean, what? I mean, you can. What poll though? What poll really is there? You can. I don't really care. As long as it's a meaningful poll and it's not just like there, it's fine. All right, let's do it. Yeah, I was wondering what the hardest class was going to be for my build guide series, and I think this one might be one of the harder ones just because I'm not really... And I'm definitely not like a Bard player. Okay. Actually, we can keep that just in case, but... If I was offered $1 million to never touch a game, would I take it? Probably not, because I don't know what the hell I'd even do with my time. I'm not a very outgoing person. I don't spend a lot of time out, so... Yeah, probably not. Nah, the answer is no, even if it was just play. What kind of life would that be? Sounds boring. Why is it so dark? I feel like I got the random generated dungeon where every light is off. So strange. $1 million's not even a lot these days. True. Ain't that the sad truth? What's my stats looking like? 296 speed. A little slow. Yeah, he definitely built a little bit on the slow side. I bet that trap has hit me 2,000 times. That's where you live? Well, if you live anywhere in the USA, that million is not a lot anymore. Not like it used to be, at least. Millionaire used to mean you were, like, actually rich. That is, like, vastly changed. Nowhere near like that anymore. Oh my god. Okay, jump scare rogue. Off to a good start. We're off to a very fun and entertaining start here. We won our first fight as a bard, so W. There's no way you think rogue is the second weakest class in the game, Zell. You're trolling. You're actually trolling. Ain't no way. What? You have to be kidding me. In what universe? Rogue is second best? Oh, I misread what you said. Oh, I see. I thought... Okay. I thought you were calling Rogue the second worst class in the game. And I was about to say, Zell, usually you have good takes. But I was gonna say that was very questionable. Okay. Alright. I'm glad that I was able to double check on that one. Okay. Alright. I was a little concerned. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that rogue played really strange. I'm telling you straight up. Lament of Langbour is one of the strongest things in the game. Minus 10 movement speed? Oh, that's crazy. Like, you know what this is? This is like turn your enemy into a dwarf. How terrible is that? Garbage, I tell you. Hot freaking garbage. A dwarf with no upside, that is. Ooh, I don't really want to fight. I want to depot this rogue kit. Good get. I know. That rogue used, like, no throwing knives. I don't really get it. Like, I hit him with a few survival bow shots and he still just W-keyed me. I don't really understand. Also, like, the landmine, I'm surprised he didn't commit there. I hit him one time and he just flailed and ran. I think I got a headshot, though. I must have got a really good hit on him for him to back away there and not, like, engage. I don't know why I play this game. Okay, tell me one other melee extraction game that exists right now that I could play. Name one. That's a trick question, by the way. And you and I both know why that's a trick question. Yeah, I'm gonna throw this kit on my rogue whenever I decide to end up playing rogue. Might as well. Oh, I gotta put that on my barb, too. Hold up. Yeah, let me get my stash cleaned up a little bit. Hey, fumble buddies. Yep. I don't know if I answered you or not, but yes, we're doing some bard today. I think bard is definitely a lot stronger than people give it credit for, personally. Wow, my freaking stash is so full of blue gear. Oh my god. This is the barbarian graveyard of, like, gear that I've stolen from other barbarians. Oh, poor Barbs, man. I don't actually feel bad for him, though. There's a couple. Rex, there is not a single other melee extraction game on the market. Virtually every single one is shutting down because it's doing so poorly. We do not have a single alternative. We'll have some alternatives this year. But right now, like today, we don't have any, like, real options. We'll have Mistfall in July. We'll have, Naquan in, like, September or something. We'll have Hunger maybe in, like, the next few months or something. But, you know, as far as, options right now, what is there? Like, there's nothing. There's nothing to play. Not extraction-wise, at least. Why the heck was this rogue using Rondell Dagger in Squire? Or not Squire, in, like, normals? Honestly, I think just generally speaking, I think, Castellan is better than Rondell. I guess Rondell's DPS is technically higher, though, so maybe it's fine. And it gives you armor pen over Castellan. Whatever. Just wanted to move a skit. I'm just glad we didn't die the first game. Dying the first game is always, like, a bad, like, omen. Midnight Walkers is dead. Also, it's a bad game. I played it the other day, and Yeah, that, like, I don't even consider that a real game at this point. I'm gonna be real with you. And if it's not dead, we can just call it dying. Whatever you want to call it is fine. But regardless, it's not like a real competitor at the moment. Unfortunately. I had high hopes for that game too. But every time I play that game, it gets worse. So, I don't really see how we're gonna, like, get to the point where it's a real competitor. It's like, completely off my radar at this point. So, kind of it just is what it is. Bard Box? Dude, Bard is one of my least played classes. Of all the names you could give me, Bard Box has to be the least sensical. But, sure, man. Sure. Alright, well, we survived our first game. Also, I know that Bard Ale is really good. The reason I'm not using it is because this is not my kit. This is the Bard that I killed on stream the other day, so I'm just running his kit as it is. So, he didn't have Ale, so I'm not going to use it. Just an FYI, since I saw you mention that. Because I do agree with you, I think Ale Bard is really good. What roles do I look for on instruments? Oh, honestly, I just go for... I don't even really care about the instrument roles. I just kind of roll... I just use, like, whatever's cheapest. I just grab, like, blue drums, and then I just grab some whites, because those will probably get dropped anyway. Just another class you don't see me play. Oh yeah, I play this class once in a frickin' blue moon. And that's almost putting it lightly. Dwarf is great on Bard. Zell, the issue I have is I feel like Solo's movement speed is everything, and it really, really sucks not having that movement speed. Well, this is like the no instrument build. The only time I play instruments is at the beginning of the match before I use Encore. And then I use it for Lament of Languor. And then throwing my drums at people. Which I don't really even count as using an instrument. That's a longbow ranger. It's probably a bad matchup for me. Can't really push down a long corridor against a longbow. Probably just asking for a free kill. You think, is that my worst? Is that one of my worst matchups? You think? Ranger? If he has a purge shot, it's actually the worst matchup in the game for me. He does not have purge shot. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh my god, that guy got played, son. Oh, he's geared too. Oh, you love to see it. Oh my god, you love to see geared rangers get shot on like that, right? That's so good. What a play. No melee required. Don't you frickin' know it. What the? Oh, this game is so silly sometimes. Would love that spear, but there is like no way I can physically pick that up. Dang. Well, keep in mind, I have reinforced instruments, so my drums are doing 50% increased damage, so yeah, it turns out they're pretty good. Turns out. Okay. It's time for us to get out of here. Adventure Tunic? Whoa, whoa. Zell, Adventure Tunic's not bad. You just have to use it on the right class. Adventure Tunic's what I use on Cleric. I don't know, I guess you weren't here yesterday when I ran it. I ran Cleric for 4.5 hours and I didn't lose a single 1v1 with Adventure Tunic. The only death I had was a third party. Well, not even the third party. It was stream snipers. The only death I took all day. Because I know it was stream snipers because he gave my kit back after I got killed. I think there was 3 of them there. And then 2 of them killed me, then the third one gave me my kit back. So yeah, so for all argument's sake, my cleric was flawless yesterday. That's what and I'm sticking to that. Yeah, I don't count bullshit 2v1, 3v1s. Cleric's an exception, not the rule. But that doesn't make the Adventure Tunic bad. Adventure Tunic's great for Cleric. Even if it's only one build, like, I would still call it like a decent piece. I mean, it is worse than Lady Keaton. I will say. It is like basically worse in every way. Except for Cleric. Dude, that was such a... Dude, that might be an intro clip, boys, for when we do a Bard, beginner guide. That Ranger kill, that actually... I can't think of a better, intro to a video than that fight I just had. Honestly. That was so good. Funny, I knew too trying to melee that ranger was gonna be the wrong call, so I just went for the survival bow shots. I knew. If I tried to melee that ranger, I would have died for sure. More minute, like, Adventure Tunic's bad at taking phase damage. Well, I mean, that's true. It is. But it also is only -3 movement speed, which is very fast, so it's kind of a pro and con. And it gives you max health, which is one of the best stats in the game, since you can't roll it anymore. Oh. Right back. I don't know what happened, but Dark and Darker did not like that I'm playing Bard, I guess. By the way, I am currently working on my fighter beginner guide. I edited down the entire stream last night, so all I have to do is add the voiceover for the guide build portion and organize the fights, and we're done. So it should be out by tomorrow, I believe. Probably will take me like another hour or so to finish it. So, yep, should be out for tomorrow morning. And then I'll start working on Cleric, and then hopefully we can work on Bard. I think I'll enjoy Naquan or Mistfall more. Mistfall, if they do well with the combat revamp. If not, then maybe Naquan. It's really impossible to say. It completely depends on the revamp they end up doing. I mean, they delayed the game and they're making such big changes. Like, the game might be unrecognizable by the time they're done. You know, I just don't know what they're doing. So. Oh, good. I was afraid I was going to lose the kit for some odd reason. Well, I can go on Ranger for whenever we decide to play Ranger in solos. Tell you what, I'm already looking forward to that one. That's a lie. I'm not really a Ranger player either. But I'm sure I can make it work. What's this guy's PDR? Oh my god, it's only 22%. Oh my god, that's so low. The audacity of this Ranger to have 22 PDR is insane. That is actually nuts. You didn't know they were changing Mistfall that much? Yeah, that's why they delayed the game. They're revamping the combat. So I don't even know what it's gonna look like, you know, come 6 months time. So I like the beta, but you know, there's no way to know. To be fair, that's not only Adventure Tunic, that's also he's running a lot of like other light armor clothing as well. It's a little bit of a mixture of everything. But the tunic's definitely not helping. For sure. Even light at Keaton would bump that up to at least like 25 or something. 22 is quite bad. Very, very low. Well, I dare say it. We are off to a great start to Bard, and hopefully making a guide video. We killed a geared rogue and a geared ranger, so good start. We can keep this up. We'll be in we'll have enough content in no time. Yeah, right now, my drums do 33 damage. Like default, because of the 50%. Headshot-wise, that is, what, like 50 plus? I mean, these drums are, they hurt, man. A lot of damage. People definitely do not give drums enough credit in this game. Whenever I tell people that drums are cleric's best weapon, I feel like they don't believe me sometimes. Well, their best range weapon, that is. Because it really truly is, like, their best weapon. It is pretty, like, silly having to fill your inventory with drums, but... You know, that's just the game. That's how it is. Check on dummies. I mean, I can do that. Shouldn't be hard. Oh no, I forgot my lyre. Oh. Oh, or my... Yeah, I forgot my... Oh, wow, that sucks. Oh, that is very sad. But we forgot. Crying. Well. Oops. Well, no point in testing out damage this game. Yeah, unfortunately, we actually have to just go to an exit and leave. I'm really stupid. I'll fight if we have to, but yeah, we need to just go to an exit. God damn it. Can't believe I did that. No, actually, I can believe it. That's on par with something I would do. I really don't want to fight that guy. Man, I'm so mad at myself for doing that. As far as I know, Zell, the fizz power should work with drums. I don't see why it wouldn't. Should just scale with your damage. Alright, come on, elevator. Be a little bit faster. You ever go after bosses? No, honestly, they're just not really worth killing. Bosses are not fun in this game. The third party and griefing is bad enough on stream without bossing. Trying to boss as well is not something I'm interested in. And the rewards for bossing, at least on caves, is very underwhelming, so there's just no point. Can't get artifacts on caves. Not without, like, hitting, like, the gold piles, which takes, like, forever to do. Alright, well, this elevator's taking forever, unfortunately. I think it takes longer than it used to because they extended the match timer. Because I feel like by now, it would have already been down, but I think it usually comes at the 10 marker. So like the 10 marker, it feels like the 11, or what used to be 11. I think that's why it feels like this. Okay, well, at least we did not die for my mistake. So that's nice, at least. Alright, let's get my instrument and... yeah. Let's not do that again. Okay. Well, at least we can just go right back in. It's fine. Yeah, I need to like triple check that I always have my instruments, so I'm not like trolling my build. At that point, we might as well just playing no skill bard. And yeah, I'll see if I can find a training dummy on our map if it spawns, and we'll head over there. Because I am kind of curious what my drums are doing. I imagine the drums are probably doing like 50 to 60, somewhere in that range. For headshot. Okay. It's such a massive difference, too. Gives you 10 fizz power total. That is crazy. That's basically Cleric's perk. Their Bolt of Mastery perk. But it's better, because it gives you all damage. So it counts for your range, too. Double dips. Basically a perk, but better. A lot of Bard songs kind of feel that way. Feels like a perk. Like, the +2 all is basically Jokester. Area is like dual wield, kinda. Close enough. Solid is Bolt Weapon Mastery. Beats is Swift, kind of. Well, that's not a complaint. I'm just saying that's just kind of how it is. All right, is there a dummy? No. It's that one, right? Yeah, it's too south. Okay, that's easy. Warmaw Barb might be a little scary. I think we just have to kite them forever. I don't think we can ever melee that. Unless he's like already dead. Play doorways, lament him, kite, 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 something, something, so something like that. I don't think we ever fight that straight up. We can't. We'll get stop checked. I'm gonna get one of these. Oh, it's already open. Oh, shoot. $81. That's even more than I expected. Holy. Dang. That is some damage. Oh. Sheesh. That's a lot of damage. 81? Huh. I thought it was 50. What the? Holy heck. What's that? Some insane damage. There's survival though. 60. Yeah, but sometimes drum is better than survival bow. Like just the way it like the way it throws. That is like seriously like damaging drum, man. I don't think we can actually push a corner like that. Because if he catches me, like, off guard, I feel like that's, like, super bad. What a fight this is gonna be. Can't really push it with the axes there, unfortunately. Axes are actually like hurting me here. I've already killed 2 geared players. This is how I have to play. That cleric will kill me in melee. Encore meta? Yeah, welcome to Range and Ranger. Yeah, welcome. That's how it is. That's how we're supposed to play. But now I'm playing this exactly like we're supposed to, so. I freaking hate it, but that's the class. We can't W key that cleric will die. Well, we'll actually die every time if I melee him. I have no, like, other, you know, I have no other play. Yeah, have you ever, I mean, if you watched my stream yesterday, you already know. Yeah, Smite DP Cleric is a menace. Not Shriek. No, Lament is better than Shriek. 10 movement speed is movement speed is king. Movement speed is always a better debuff than any other stats. Not even close. It's a kiting build. Why would you not take Shriek? Or why would you not take Lament? Think about it this way. If you could add to your own build, if you could add stats to your own kit, would you rather add 10 movement speed or 5 fizz power and 30 armor? That should be a pretty, like, easy and obvious, like, answer. Movement speed is always, like, way better. You can't even stack movement speed, normally. Except for boots. You can't even build for that stat. It's just way better. Yeah, unfortunate that the amount of time it takes, like that cleric, it would be such a long drawn out fight. Not really a whole lot I could have done there differently. Just the nature of the fight. Yeah, Shriek is more of a PvE, like, bossing thing, I would say. You think he died? You think his name was El Clerico. I think you're right. I think he did die. Also, I think he's over here. Woo! Oh. Oh my god, that was close. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. Sheesh. I was getting a little clenched there. I was getting a little worried. Whew. Oh, we gotta go soon. Oh yeah, we gotta go. Okay, we gotta go. Oh, someone's actually here under me. Well, I'm not going down there. I'll wait for the elevator. Well, that's how you're supposed to play survival bow. You're not supposed to sit there and hold it and wait to, like, hit them. It shoots so fast, you're supposed to just keep firing. Like, yeah, I did miss a lot of shots there, but it was the right play to keep firing over and over again. Yeah, Zell, that was not an arming sword. That was a rapier. Yeah, I've learned with survival bow that you have to stop caring if you miss. You have to just keep, like, you just gotta keep firing. If you miss, you miss. Just, you know, you always have more arrows. It's fine. Yeah, I don't think I played that, like, wrong. Like, yeah, I could have hit more shots, but I don't think waiting to try to line up a shot is the right play for survival. He killed someone with arming? Oh, you're right. He did kill someone with arming earlier. Huh. Well, ain't that funny. Hmm. Yeah, I didn't even like click that. You're right. You actually are right. He should have had an arming sword. Weird. You don't need to be more accurate, you just need to fire more arrows? Exactly! Exactly. Yeah, you don't need to be accurate, you just need to just keep firing. It'll all work out eventually. Yeah, exactly. Glad we're on the same page. Sure, I might have missed like 80 arrows, but who's counting? What matters is the arrows we did land. That's what matters. And I landed more shots than he did. So. Wait until we fight a hella geared barb. Yeah. Trust me, I've already been dreading that one. Trust me, I'm with you there. Honestly, I am happy and content on the sole fact that I've been able to get 3 blue geared PvP, like 3 even geared fights, and we've, like, on a class that I don't play. You know, just the fact that I was able to get 3 fights already on like, you know, for my video that I want to make. I wasn't sure if I was gonna be able to make a Bard video, but now I'm like pretty confident that it'll be fine. You mean even missing if you keep firing you? Well, that's, yeah, the pressure is what's important. Basically, by continuously firing, he never had a chance to, like, if he tries to W key me, he actually starts getting hit there. So by continuously firing, I make it so he doesn't have a choice but to just sit there and, like, spam dodge. And, like, yeah, he can do the dodge movement, but I definitely landed more shots than he did, for sure, there. Yeah, technically, we could bring more arrows if 100's not enough. If I ever run out of arrows, I'll start bringing 2 stacks. But that seems a little bit silly. Surely that won't happen, right? Yeah, that would be crazy. That would be super silly. Oh no. I sure hope I brought my lyre. Because I can't cancel matchmaking. I think I did. I hope so. Scared, I think the game is actually pretty balanced right now. Oh good, I did bring it. Team Rat, Call Chop, Rogues. In HR, they're everywhere. Honestly, it's part of why HR kind of sucks right now. Every game is full of naked Call Chop rogues that are just there to rat PvP. And they follow you all game and you can't kill them. Very fun. Very, very fun. And if you do manage to kill them, it doesn't matter because they have nothing on them. They're risk-free. So, they just load right back in and it doesn't even matter that you killed them. Yeah, it's pretty terrible. You think that was intimidation? You think the magical fart I just did, you think that intimidated him? I bet it did. I bet he's running real scared right about now. Yeah, the downside of playing Bard versus like Fighter or Barb or Cleric is I feel like I can't W key the same way those classes can. So I have to play like way more. I have to play a little bit more safe slash passive on like door chasing. Because like if I'm like a Barb and someone decides to door camp and like attack me when I enter a door, I don't care. That's what I want them to do. But on Bard, like that's like way worse for me. Didn't Iron Mace try to make minimum gear score for HR before? I swear they tried that. Am I mistaken? Because I swear at one point you needed to. Yeah, because people were bringing Bardiche into their inventory just to enter HR for gear score. I do remember that. They totally did. People were cheesing it. Yeah, rats would just bring like the cheapest unique possible just to cheese the gear score and would still play naked. Tried it, failed, never came back again. So, yeah, back in the day. No, I didn't ignore the first part of your message. I'm just telling you they tried to do a gear score before. I don't think Iron Mace will ever bring it back because in Iron Mace's mind, they already tried it once and it failed, so they won't like return to it. I imagine that that's probably how that'll go. I would be very surprised if they ever brought that mechanic back. Although honestly, if it got rid of these rat rogues, I wouldn't even mind it at this point. It's a little tiring after a while. Seeing nothing but naked players all the time. Just heard him. Heard him sheath. I think he's in that corner. I know he's here. Yep, there he is. Gosh, every door is bare. I don't even blame you. The door meta definitely gets pretty old after a while. I don't blame you one bit. I keep my server hidden for obvious reasons. So I also swap servers every once in a while to keep you guessing. Drum quivers. We do need a spell quiver. Literally, what the hell is this guy doing? What the hell is this bullshit? What is this guy doing? What a degenerate build. Oh my god. Oh my god. Crazy. That fighter got saved. Saved by the naked ranger. That ranger probably hits people in the head for more than half their HP with that build. When that's just strong enough, you don't need gear for that to be good. You just gotta hit it. You hit one headshot and they're freaking done. Even in naked. Killed him anyway. Not really sure what he's running, but... I know, the shield slam. Definitely didn't expect that. Promise you that. Well, fighter didn't have... I don't think he had adrenaline or sprint, did he? Without that, without those skills, fighter doesn't really have the means to, like, close the gap, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know how the ranger got a fist kill. My guess is he probably had, like, a win-last headshot, and then... I don't know, I guess he was low enough to finish him off or something. Honestly, the issue with Sword Eye is that there's not enough people in the playtest for me. That's really, like, the player count is a big issue. If there was like 1,000 people in Sword Eye, I would actually probably have given it a go. Or something. Or at least like enough players that, you know, I feel like I would see other people like in game, but 60 is like single player territory at that point, so it just kind of is what it is. I'm lucky that I can play different servers. What do you mean? Everybody can, you can just swap servers, right? Or do you mean it's because your ping is so bad? Because I can play on multiple servers and be fine with ping. I can play like 3 or 4 different servers and have no issue. It's really, at that point, it's more of a player count issue. You know, I want to take a moment to appreciate the surgeon selling these green bandages. I don't think I've bought a single bandage from the marketplace since he started selling greens. I just buy his greens every cooldown, like every 30 minutes or whatever, and those basically last me like infinite loop. Between the white bandages and the greens, saved me so much money and market. I want to say green in the merchant is like 40 gold. So I probably save like, I don't know, I save a lot of gold not buying these. Although I guess really it's peanuts at the end of the day for High Roller. It doesn't really matter, but it is nice. I'm sure I've bought in hundreds of bandages off of him, so it's probably thousands of gold. Easily. Yeah, if there was any quest that I would recommend doing, it would probably be the Surgeon quests. Because I think having access to higher rarity bandages is a big deal. Even the white versus gray. At a certain point, like, you don't even want to be using gray bandages anymore. So, being able to buy white bandages is kind of a necessity, I would say. Pretty important. Oh, see, it's funny. I'm the opposite. I will go to the merchant and buy arrows or whatever because I'm too lazy to do the squire stuff. I'd rather just spend the gold. So I guess that's how the vendors win against me, I guess. Bolt quivers? That's true, Terrells. We do need bolt quivers. I agree. What is this, favoritism? Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Although, honestly, the odds of you going through a stack of bolts is pretty low. Very rarely do I ever go through more than 20 bolts in a game. But still probably should have one just because. I wish instead of a sash here, it had been quivers or a backpack. That's what I wish. Would love a backpack. Wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all love a backpack? Isn't that the truth? Been waiting for that for a long time. Think about how much loot I've had to leave behind in dungeon because there ain't no space. And you know, considering the backpack, I like really only need it for the end of the game. I would even be willing to take a slight speed penalty if I could utilize more space. Like, take a speed penalty to get out of the dungeon to bring out more loot. I would totally risk it. I'm not sure if I could trade the cape away for a backpack. Cape is too powerful, and I think, to do that. Because it's the, it's like the highest action speed roll possible, and it gives you additional fizz. The stats you get from Cloak, I think, are too strong to not have them. Like, in theory, if you were doing that way. Cape is legitimately one of the best pieces of gear that you have access to. It's no movement speed penalty, and it has the best, like, it has the best gear stats. Scalable. Right next to, like, necklace. Pretty, like, disgusting how strong it is. Honestly, if we needed money, I would consider killing that boss. But I don't think there's really any reason for me to do it. And I don't have Shriek. If I wanted to kill bosses, I really should have Shriek. Not that I, like, can't do it without it, but just such a, like, time saver. I hear somebody, or am I tripping? Maybe I heard the skeleton champion underneath. That's probably it. Yeah, even just a small morsel of extra space would be welcome. Even like a 3x3 spot would be nice. At the current moment, Normal's PvP is probably better, because you stay away from the naked call chop rogues that are currently plaguing HR. You also see a lot more PvP, so the frequency is higher. But more importantly, right now I'm working on beginner guides, and I can't really do beginner guides for HR because the kits are too expensive, so I'm focusing on normals to make those guides. So at least until I'm done with those, I'll have to be in normals to get those done. But yeah, right now I think normals PvP is more fun. Honestly, what I like about normals the most is that it feels like the stat checking is nowhere near as bad as HR. Like, the difference between a Squire kit to like a blue kit, I don't think is that significant. But in HR, you know, the difference between like a few random pieces of gear that you find in chests and then looking at, say, a full unique kit or legendary unique, whatever. Difference is massive, you know. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It is a gear-based game after all, so it makes sense that there's a big difference there. But yeah, if you want like very fair fights, I think this is like the best place to go to. Conversely, I think it's why it's a great place for new players to learn how to play the game as well, because you can basically always fight on an even ground. It's more about skill than it is your gear. If it wasn't for the naked rogues running around just ratting every HR game, I might have more fun there, but they really are ruining the vibes. I can't, like, even off stream, the rat rogues are everywhere. I saw Repose talking about it too in the creator chat. He said he was trying to play off stream and he was having the same issues that I was. So I know it's not just me. Other creators besides him were talking about it too. I think the continuous dungeon actually makes it a little bit worse too, since you can always have people join in after you enter, and you know, those can always be like those rat players that are just there to grief, pretty much. Because it's not like they're not there to loot. They're there to grief PvP only, which is like very obnoxious. So I'd rather just not even deal with them. Because you never see them looting chests. They're only there to follow players and wait until people start fighting. Risk-free. Well, naked is Squire. I mean, it's the same difference. Although some of them are going in naked. They're going with, they're going naked Panther, so you can't see them in the dark, and they literally just run smoke pot and try to steal your loot after you, kill somebody. So, technically, some of them are really naked, but yeah, Squire naked is virtually the same difference. So. I don't know where these players are. Apparently there's 4 people in my game, at least. But I have not seen a damn soul. I would go to Goblin Cave Hell, but I know that's gonna be dead. There's no way anybody's gonna be down there. Unless someone's questing, but I think we're too late in the season at this point to reasonably find people questing there. I do miss being able to find jewelry in game. I'm with you there. Jewelry is very expensive because of it. I'm not really a huge fan of it, personally. Going all bad? Yeah, the loot is not great down there, and the boss is... They just keep, like, buffing the boss, and it's not really fun to fight, so I just don't bother. They keep buffing the boss, like, for duo and trio balancing, and it's kind of screwing solos. Unless you play Warlock with Shadow Touch or some shit. I think they just buffed him again recently, so... Just kind of gave up on it. That's how you body block, by the way. Yeah, this fight will be a forever fight. Every time I get him low, he'll run away and use doors, and then I'll use doors to stay away from him, and this fight will be a never-ending... Yeah, it just won't end. Because I can't fight him in melee, I'll lose. I'll get stat checked. Yeah, this is gonna go on basically forever. This fight might actually... I might actually have to just leave this match. Yeah, we're just gonna have to leave. The timer is too low. So stupid. Great. Now I have to go leave the game. We're gonna have to go take a stupid ass red now. I freaking hate taking reds in this game. I hate Goblin Caves Hell so much. Damn it, man. I have to do it. It sucks ass. I really don't want to go to hell, but I have to. It's gonna be a waste of like 10 minutes, but I'd rather that than lose the kit. Man, this is really annoying. I cannot express to you how much I hate taking reds in this game. In Goblin Gifts. It's so bad down there. There's never any people down here at all, and the loot is so bad. Yeah. Sucks. Yeah. Even in High Roller, I really try to avoid this. Just a complete waste of time. Opens it fast? Yeah. Yeah, he can open that like 3 times quicker than I can. Maybe twice as fast, something like that. That thing is, I would have killed him there if it wasn't for the blue portal. Yeah. Really, really a shame. And I knew I couldn't stay in the elevator room because he would just camp the elevator and leave, and then like I wouldn't be able to actually like push him on there. Yeah. I don't know, maybe we'll get lucky and someone will actually be down here, but I really doubt it. Nobody comes to get, no one comes down to hell. So. I'd be very, very surprised if we saw a soul. Although, actually, we're in progress. I guess there is someone down here. Maybe it's more common in normals than HR. Because in HR, no one comes down here except for, like, boss farming warlocks. Maybe there's a bosser? Maybe. Could I be so lucky? Interaction speed worth it for doors? Not really, no. At that point, just grab some resourcefulness on your gear, because I think the perks we have are probably overall stronger. Oh, actually, we might be able to... I didn't think we'd actually find a bosser. Oh, he died. Alright, well, never mind. Never mind. He is probably the only one on this map, I imagine. Not gonna loot the bodies. I don't really need the gold. I'm at the point where the gold doesn't really matter anymore. And it's normals. The loot's not really... Like, there's nothing I could really loot here that would be worth anything. I'm literally only down here because I was forced to. So. Yeah, we're far past the point of, like, caring about gear. So. Oh my god. Can they hurt each other? I'm not really sure. Oh god. But yeah, there's really not much like reason for me to loot. Maybe I'll loot the mini-boss, but... Yeah, I don't know if you've ever actually looted mobs down here, but even in HR, I usually don't really get anything, so... It's like 30 gold or something, maybe 40. They actually nerfed the loot. The loot down here at the very start of the season was worth it. They nerfed it and never brought it back, and it never should have got nerfed to begin with. No, the whole season was like centered around this map, and they've done it like so dirty. They've done nothing but nerf the loot and make the game like just harder, like boss wise. So what this guy thought was gonna happen. I guess I'm dead. Damn, this is really how I die. Oh, he left? Weird. Yeah, I definitely did not expect it to be sitting in that corner. Sure. Well, at least we get to leave this map. I did not expect them to just be sitting in that corner. I thought he was just gonna run. Yeah. Or meta and all that. Allows them to heal a lot. I imagine he was probably full, even though I hit him with like 4 survival hits. I'm guessing he was full HP from, just from like the brief time of him having the door closed. Yeah. Anyway. Hopefully we don't have to go back down there today. Jump scare indeed. I did not expect them to just be sitting there like that. If that was a barb there, that guy would have been so dead. If only. If only I was playing barb. Would have already been over. I'll be back in a minute, fellas. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised we even saw a single person down there. There was one guy who went to boss and died, and there was one guy looting. That's 2 more people than I would have expected to see down there. But I guess it's more like, maybe it's more likely in normals than HR. Hard to say, but yeah, I very rarely ever see people down there. I did, remember when I made that Bloodthirst bar video and I was showing off boss farming? Over the course of 4 hours of boss farming, I think I fought like 2 people in hell. 2 or 3 people at most. It's just, it's like really, really dead down there. At least in HR, it's dead as hell. And that was before they nerfed the boss, or they buffed the boss. So I'm sure it's even worse now. So, yeah. Yeah, if they want people to go down to Goblin Cave Hell, they have to, like, modify it to be worth the time and hassle. Hard to say when that'll be, though. You know, I guess if I stopped playing the lazy build and I took the what's it called? The silence song, I guess it would make my matchup against clerics better. Because then I could silence him and then run in and probably do a lot better. Although I don't think silence works after he uses the skills. It's not like Cutthroat. You have to use it before he activates the skills, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it would make that matchup better. If I see a lot of clerics like that, I might have to consider swapping, but then I have to play, then I have to actually buff myself. Which I don't really want to do. Tough decisions there. If we start seeing enough clerics running Smite DP, I will consider swapping to the other Bard build. Because it would, it really would help so much. But just know I really don't want to do that. If Goblin Caves had Wisp, this build would not be usable. What? Those track from that far away? Holy shit, that's actually crazy. I didn't even know those fire beams could track like that. Not that far, at least. That's, that is actually news to me. Holy shit, that was actually nuts. That was the farthest tracking I've ever seen for, Sword. Yeah, that was insane. I can't believe how far those fire things struck. Can block with a bow? Oh, I honestly didn't even know you could do that. Yeah, I didn't even realize that that was a thing. Or maybe I did and I forgot. I don't know. Cannot really imagine a time when that would be useful, but yeah, I definitely forgot that existed. Alright. Geared Sork down. No, W. Geared Sork down, no silence required. Incredible. Okay, I guess we just go depot. That tracking really was insane. I've never seen something like that before from Sork. That is a first. You've seen a grand total of 1 player block with a bow and it was an arena? Yeah. Well, I guess it makes more sense in arena since there's not a lot of risk involved. Like, if you die in arena, it doesn't really matter. Kind of hard to risk your kit over a freaking bow block. Can you parry with it? Like, is there a melee parry attack? I don't even know. I would assume there isn't, but what do I know? I just wanted to leave. I got that full, like, inventory already. Did I just see somebody? God, you gotta love Bard versus Bard fights. This is the dumbest fight in the world. This is so stupid. I don't even want to do this. This is actually so dumb. This is not even an enjoyable fight at this point. It's wasting time. They can only just waste blue pots and red pots while we sit here and survival with each other for 10 minutes. Even the point. I'm already full inventory. Just go to a different exit. I'm done with this. That was like... yeah. I had no other play. I had to do that. That's exactly how I had to play that, which is what makes it even worse. If I try to push there, I just get pelted by survival bow arrows, so... Now, of course, now a blue portal pops up behind me. Of course. Now, if I didn't have a full inventory, I would probably stay and fight that guy. But, yeah, there's no point when I have a full sword kit. Oh my god, we were never killing this guy. He has infinite range healing. Yeah, we're actually never beating this guy. Yeah. Yeah, Fizz healing is, yeah. I think this build is better than the one I'm currently using, to be honest. If it wasn't for the fact that I already have this kit, I've already had this kit from a different guy that I killed, and he didn't have, like, if it was my own kit, I would be running Ale for sure. Yeah, that fight was basically unwinnable. He has infinite healing with that, so I am glad we just dipped out of there. Cannot beat a bard with 500 stacks of free healing. It's never gonna happen. Oh, Thomas, were you the Sork? GG's if you were. How much are rings with the Fizz healing? pretty expensive. Like 800 gold a piece. For normals rings. That's insane. That dude's kit was probably worth 5,000 gold. Because he had the back too. No, I guess 2 fizz isn't too bad for the cloak. Yeah, if I end up dying with this kit, I'm totally gonna swap to the ale variant. Because I honestly think it might be just straight better. But, we haven't died with this kit yet, so we'll just run it. But I'm pretty damn sure it's gotta be better, right? Like, it's so hard to believe that it's not. We could just put this kit to the side. And then do a little bit more, testing with a new build. And just build the fizz healing. Wouldn't be a terrible way to do it. Yeah, the ale makes you drunk, but you can turn that off. Yeah, you just turn your visual effects quality to low and the ale doesn't... What in the world just happened? Alright, hold up. The game just... That was super strange. Alright. Anyway. I don't know if you saw what I saw on my screen, but my whole computer went wonky there when I changed it. But that is what you're supposed to do, yeah. Yeah, here. Let's see what kind of drunk. See what kind of drunk build I can make. Honestly, 3 resourcefulness is not even that terrible. Just because it's 3. Sure. Fine with that. People aren't affected by Hazeblade if they have low settings. That has been a thing since literally the beginning of Dark and Darker. That's nothing new. That's always been the case. Yeah, that's legitimately always been a thing. The more you know, I guess. Are gloves with 3 agility worth it? I feel like 3 agility is debatably worse than 1 dex. I'll take it, but just know that I think that's pretty bad. I guess it's equal to 1 dex. Basically equal. Yeah, it's whatever. I don't consider it very good, but it's whatever. Alright, so we need our vitality rings. Alright, so we're looking for fizz healing. So yeah, we need cloak, rings, and neck probably. Yeah, they're all it's gonna be expensive. Oh my god, wait, those are... Oh, this is gonna be super expensive, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh, not budget, that's for damn sure. Crazy how expensive for fizz healing is. Oh, I mean, it is what it is. Break the bank for some rings, I guess. Don't really want to do it, but... can only imagine how much a peace necklace is with fizz healing. Oh, yeah. I'm good. I'm not spending 1,500 gold for that. That is actually ridiculous. No thanks. Yeah, no thanks. I have to have a peace necklace sitting in my stash somewhere. No, Aelbard is strong. It is. This is not as weak of a class as people act like it is. I promise. Aelbard is very good. If Aelbard wasn't good, it wouldn't be so expensive to buy fizz healing. It would be cheap. The fact that I have to pay this much for some fizz healing rings is, I feel like that's pretty telling. If it wasn't good, I feel like they would be like they would be just free basically. Hmm. 32 PDR is not high enough. Do I need to buy heavy leather leggings? Because my armor's too low. I think I do. Hell, that I'm too slow though. How do I want to do it? No, I do need the armor. What would that put me at? 65 versus... No, I'm not spending 4 movement speed for 30 armor. That's not worth it. That's too much. Yeah, that's definitely too much, I think. John, I think you just need to learn how to play Bard. Bard is not nearly as weak as you're acting like it is. I've been playing it all day. I know Bard is strong. I've been playing non-Ale Bard all day, and I've killed like 4 or 5 geared players, all different classes. It's really not as weak as you're acting like it is. I mean, you can literally just watch the gameplay from the last 2 hours, and the answer is there. Just because you can't play Bard doesn't make the class weak. I know it's good. I don't think I'm a good Bard player, John. John, I think if you sat down and you played Bard for like a week and you really like dedicated yourself to learning the class, I think your opinion would change. I truly do, John. I stand by that. Oh wait, why am I bringing bandages? Hold up, we don't even need bandages. Completely irrelevant with this build. You just bring ale. That's the whole build. Ale. Yep. Good old ale Bard. Yeah, I know. I know I gotta get the perk too. Yeah. I was thinking about that. I think I have to take off the instruments. Not enough ale? Unironically, you're right. You never have enough ale with this stupid build. Yeah, have you ever seen a high roller bard play the game? Yeah, their literal entire inventory is nothing but ale. It's very silly. It's very, very, very silly. Oh, you know what we could do? The turn shoe boots is what we could change out to get more armor. What if we change it to, like, adventure boots? It's a little better, but it's still a little low. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. We'll just run it as it is. It's fine. I feel like the reinforced instrument isn't really doing a whole lot for us though, so because my inventory is so full of freaking ale, I don't know how useful it is, which is kind of like annoying. Maybe we take charismatic performance off. It's only useful for lament, which is good, but yeah, maybe we just don't actually do it, because then I still have room for drums. Because I still want to utilize drums with this build. Like, drums are still a necessity, so you just can't have as much. Yeah, this is fine. Who needs loot when you can bring drums, right? Of course. All right, looks like we're ready. The least full bard inventory in the game right here. Oh my god, this is why I don't like playing the ale build, because I know it's strong, but I cannot stand having an inventory that's this full of like nonsense. It like feels so bad to just like it just feels terrible to do this. Yeah, no, the drums are too good not to take. I got multiple kills with drums. Like, I can't not take that. I'm with you. It's worth noting. Oh wait, I'm doing the sounds wrong. Wait, oops. Forgot I don't have charismatic performance. You've never used Aylware through drums before? Yes, then you're playing Bard wrong. Yes. If you're not doing one or the other, you are making a mistake. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, the only downside of this build is that I have to utilize, like, some slots for fizz healing. Debatably, what I should do for this build, since my armor is so low, is trade out the action speed on the necklace of peace, and then the fizz healing on this cloak, and just grab armor. Sacrifice 2 fizz healing, but that would bump me up to like 40%, which is a lot better. No flute. No, not for this build. We don't have a flute. Double loot crossy build. Yeah, that's just it's like an alternative. It's not bad, honestly. I would say that build's like pretty good. Alright, well, can't chase the train. Shriek is not as good for PvP as people act like it is. Lament is a stronger PvP song. If you're running 5-song Bard, you don't run Shriek, you run Lament. The old door meta. Oh my god. Alright, well, this will go on forever. Bards can't break doors, so. Alright, well, see how this is gonna go. Okay. Guess he didn't realize I went the back door. Okay. The old freaking door meta. One of these days. One of these days. Oh yeah, fighter's definitely geared. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure if there's a counterplay to a player sitting on the other side of the door, just sitting there. Unless they're already, like, low or something. That definitely hit. Oh, nice. Thank you, got one. aggroed to me, unfortunately. Tough. Well, drums do 80 damage to the head, so yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, drums are legitimately insanely strong, so no reason not to use them. One ale is enough to top me off pretty easily. Yeah, between the bread pots and the ale, I don't think he can actually kill me with a survival bow. I don't think he has enough DPS. Yeah, ale will allow me to basically, like, this guy cannot kill me with ale. It's unless he melees me. He cannot range kill me. Great. Honestly, without charismatic performance, I'm almost tempted to take the armor song. And just take all drums on my hotbar. Yes, thank God he's dead. Alright. Pain in the ass that guy was being. Timer is getting low. That's like my biggest worry. I'm gonna have to just leave. Damn it. Can't even loot his body. Oh, we killed him. Yeah, AO healing is actually busted at range. You can never die at range combat. You can only die in melee. Anyone who says Bard is weak is just not aware of how strong AO is. We have to take a red, which is really sad, but it cannot be helped. Yeah, AO is the basically range cheat code. That wizard has 0 chance of killing me there. Like, literally the hardest part of that fight was the game ending. And having to, like, go down and whatever. That was the hardest part of it. Yeah. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I really did not want to come down to hell again. At least we killed him. Oh, look how many arrows I still have, by the way. I have healing for days left. I could have... I mean, we were chilling. Yeah, I legitimately don't think people realize how broken AO Bard is. In HR, it's even worse. Because in HR, you have more stat rolls. So you can have the Fizz power or the Fizz healing with other good stats. So you're not really wasting the same stats that you are in a blue kit. Like, this is weaker in blues, but it's still insanely strong. Yeah, I think this is one of the best builds in the game. People do not give it anywhere near the credit it deserves. It's just, having unlimited free healing is just insanely powerful. There's just no other real way to put it. I actually almost ran out of arrows that match, which is hilarious. Yeah, I'm not killing Colossus. Sorry. Oh, what the? Oh. Does physical power increase pro damage? Yes, yeah, it does. Yeah, honestly, this build, I think without the song to make Lament play faster, I actually think this is too slow for PvP. 10 movement speed is insane, but it's not good for, like, without the charismatic, it's too slow. So we might have to actually swap that out. I don't think I can use it with this build. Not if I take Encore at least. I would have to drop Reinforced Instrument and not use drums, which I think is, like, really helping me out a lot at the moment. Oh, someone's here. Someone must have went down to boss, because those guys shouldn't be here. Buff myself? Oh yeah, I probably should buff myself. That'd be smart. I forgot you have to... I always forget you have to redo it when you go down a floor. Honestly, this build is so sweaty in terms of inventory space usage that I almost feel like it's overkill for normals. which I can't believe I'm saying, but the like the amount you have, like it's so obnoxious having to fill your inventory with ale like this. It's so annoying. It's gotta be the worst part of the build. But it's so strong, so, you know. That's a good point. Yeah, like, is this build even really beginner friendly? I feel like this is more of a veteran build. Because, like, new players are not going to really be able to reasonably juggle this kind of inventory. I mean, it's damn strong. It is really strong. But I don't know if it's, like, really beginner. Like, I don't know if this is a good build to showcase for a beginner guide. This is more of, like, an advanced guide at this point, I feel like. Yeah, maybe when I make my Bard guide, I can mention the ale build, but I can kind of talk about, like, you know, what makes it, you know, maybe not as friendly to play. Like, I am thinking of, for this build specifically, for the ale version, I'm thinking of just dropping the loot entirely and just only having drums. Missing a buff? Yeah, I don't have a loot. I dropped it earlier. I wasn't expecting to go down a floor. Yeah, my bad. I wouldn't even call this a gimmick build. A gimmick build I would consider a build that's like not that good. This is far from gimmicky. This is an insanely powerful build. It's just obnoxious having to use ale to heal yourself like this. Alright, oh. Grief successful, I guess. Didn't even try. He said, well, you got me there. Okay. Reinforced instrument is, for drums, is very, very solid. Yeah, that dude's unlucky that I had to come down here for, because of that freaking wizard. Lucky. It's probably worth hitting in normals. Can't get artifacts. Gold coin bags are down bad. Yeah, is there any reason to farm treasure hoard down here? I don't think there is. I think we're just gonna dip out. Yeah, I don't really care enough. Ruins? No, I've killed a... What do you mean? I've killed a bunch of very geared blue players today. Goblin Caves and Ruins both have geared PvP. I think technically that boss can drop the volcano tier. The thing that's worth like 30k. It's like the main thing he can drop. Something tells me the bard looked at his inventory, saw there was no tier, and then decided to give up. That's my guess. I'm so torn. Because I want this PvP to be like for new players, and I do not feel like this build is good to show. Like, I don't feel like this build is the way to go for new players. So like, a part of me is wondering if I should just hang up this variant, not because it's bad, but more because I just don't know if it's good for them. I mean, I have PvP already that I can showcase that build. Like, I can showcase the build in the video. I think that wizard fight is a perfect example of why Ale is so, like, kind of busted. At least for, like, range fights. So maybe, like, I don't really need to use it anymore, and I can just focus on the other build, which is, I think, more friendly for, like, a new player to kind of pick up and use. That's kind of where I'm leaning at the moment. I definitely feel like... As good as this build is, I just don't know if it's reasonable. It's a good mention build. But... And just to be clear, it's not weak by any means. Aelbard is insanely strong. It has definitely nothing to do with that. I think the issue is the cost. I agree with you, Smooth. I think that's the problem. If we're going for a build that is for new players, I can't tell you that you should be buying 500 gold worth of Ale every game. Because that's what it costs. Like, in Ale, we're easily spending like 500 gold. How can I possibly justify a new player guide and then recommending you spending that much money on consumables? But it's so damn strong, man. I guarantee you I could run this kit for a while without dying. As long as I don't get, like, hit in, like, melee fight or, like a bad melee fight. It's so good for range. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go back to this build for now. I think it's worse, but it's still a strong build. And then I can go back to Charismatic Performance, which lets me use my my loot a lot easier. So, small pro. Oh, you were the wizard, Red? I out-sustained you? Red, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. You could have hit me with every spell in your arsenal and you are not killing me. I have Ale healing. I had, that build I was running had 10 fizz healing, so every Ale is healing me for 15 health. I promise you are not out-damaging me there. That fight, you were destined to lose before it even started. That is just a bad matchup for you. Ale bards are not really good for you to be fighting. Not like you had a choice, but yeah, it's just a bad matchup for you. That's all it is. There's nothing you can reasonably do to, like, actually kill me. As long as I don't overcommit to melee, there's, like, I just don't know what you're ever supposed to do there. It's a hard counter. Especially with nerf wizard damage, there's just no way. You would have to run Fire Mastery. Or whatever it's called, the one that cuts the healing. But even with Fire Mastery, because they nerfed the duration of the burns, I'm not sure if that would even, like, help. I think I would still be fine to sustain you. Remember the kit that you gave to me? Yes, I still have that kit. I'm planning to use it for my beginner cleric guide when I make it next week, because I never died with it. The YouTuber Red? No, different Red. Yeah, different one. Well, yeah, also, not to mention, yeah, Smooth, not even just the cost of Ale. The cost of the rings alone are insanely expensive. I think Ale Bard is more of an HR kit, or an HR build. Because in HR, it's reasonably assumed that you're gonna spend an arm and a leg on all your shit that you need anyway. So it's like I wouldn't expect to go to HR with anything less than like 1,000 gold worth of consumables. So honestly, it's fine, you know, for HR at least. But yeah, for norms, I feel like it's just a little bit excessive. So we'll think we'll hang that up for now. I will still talk about the build though during the video. So if you want to like know more about, I mean, it's really not much to talk about, but I will go over it at the very least. Lobby was stacked. Yeah, I killed one person earlier, but they were just Squire. I know there was a few other people in that lobby too. I don't really know what happened to everybody else, because we were fighting and then there was that Bard. I never got to loot the Bard. I don't know if he was geared or not. I don't think he was though. And then I think I killed a Ranger before that or something like that. No, Dome. For this build, we do not use flute because we're running Encore, because I don't feel like actually, like, this is basically I'm playing Bard, but I don't feel like playing Bard. So I don't like want to have to play songs throughout the entire match. I am good. We can play some Ruins. I'm fine with that. I don't mind. I did Ruins yesterday, right? Yesterday or the day before, whatever. So I don't mind. But there's plenty of geared players on caves. I don't think like that's really a problem. Hey Brandon, welcome. You can maybe use a blue loot to cast Lament faster. Yeah, honestly, I really should do that. That would be... Wait, does that work? Does can you cast Lament faster? I guess it does. I guess that makes sense. I never really considered, like, playing songs faster, to be honest. Just because you skip so much of it with charismatic performance anyway. Feels like it barely matters. But yeah, if that does work, it would make sense. Hey Swat, welcome, welcome. Played Arena for the first time, it was fun. Glad you enjoy Arena. Glad to hear that. I'm not really a huge Arena fan, but glad you like it. Oh, but yeah, so basically, Domez, the reason I'm running no flute, specifically is because we're only using the 5 songs, and the Lament is better than flute, so it's really just a matter of space. If I had more space for songs, I would definitely run both. You tried Cleric build, I was running in Squire. It felt pretty good. Yeah, No, I said that yesterday, I'm pretty sure. Even in Squire, that cleric build is strong. It's not a gear thing, it's a skill thing with how strong Divine Protection is. Yeah, DP is a very, very good skill. I'm not surprised that you were able to do well with it. I don't think... Well, do people really underrate Lament? Because they shouldn't. 10 movement speed is a crazy debuff. Like, it's kind of hard to believe that anyone could underrate it. I think it's more that the flute is overrated. I think Shriek is... I think people value Shriek like more than Lament, and it doesn't make sense. I guess call it one or the other, but if you have to choose one, Lament is better. Like, Shriek is fine. Like, it's okay for stat loss, whatever, but if you're, like, this is a kiting build, so ultimately, if we're kiting, we need the movement speed loss for their side. This makes more sense. Well, this is obnoxious. Yeah. Yeah, GG. And people act like the reinforced instrument isn't good for drums. He's geared. Oh my god, he's geared too. Oh my god, he has a Cloak of Darkness. That's crazy. Dang. I guess the loot really is in ruins. You guys running some very solid gear. Well, I'm out of here. Let's go leave. Yeah, Powder Choker and the Cloak of Darkness. What a geared freaking warlock. Does that mean we get a Torture Mastery lock guide? What, you mean because I'm gonna use his kit to do it? I already made a warlock guide though. You're just being greedy now. You want a guide? You want 2 guides for the same class? What do I look like? Come on. That's so much work. I still gotta do every class first. I still got a lot to do for this challenge I'm doing. Content? Yeah, but like... I have so much content already that I need to do. I'm working on the fighter guide, I got the cleric guide to work on. I'm gonna have the bard guide. I gotta do barbarian. Man, there's so much to do. So much to do with so little time. I played Demon Lock at the start of the season. Just trying to get to the exit. I know. So many builds, so little time. True. Oh, that was a great kill. Oh my god, that's the, Wait, this is the bard from my Goblin Caves game. He came over to Ruins. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, he was just in caves with me not that long ago. He's running the super sweaty ale build. Alright, let me move these kits real quick. Was it one Sort kit and one Warlock kit? What a coincidence! I know. What a coincidence indeed. Yeah. But I never fought him. I feel like if he was sniping, he would have came and fought me. So it is a little bit of a funny coincidence, I will admit. Oh my god, I'm moving the wrong gear. Oh my god. Dang it. It's... Yes, I acquired some Warlock this. Dude he missed every spell. I mean, considering he's Torture Mastery, if he hits one spell, like, that fight is so much better for him, because he's gonna be healing so much, but... Yeah, he had 3, 6, 9, 11... 13? Yeah, he had 13 magic healing. And he totally just whiffed every single spell. Unlucky for him. Wait, more than 13. Wait, was it 13? Did I miscount? 3, 6, 9, 11, 13, 15? No, he had 15 magic healing. Yeah, that's like crazy. That is so good. I would have thought he would have had Phantom Eyes. That's kind of what I'm confused about. He never used Phantom Eyes that entire fight. Like, maybe he didn't expect to die to the drum there? I don't really know. And, like, if he got that door shut, he probably would have ran and hit one mob with his curse and probably healed. So, I don't really know. Like, that guy played, like, really... I think he just misplayed. Truly. I think that's all that happened. Just a big misplay. Almost everyone you ran into in Ruins is wearing crafted gear, kind of crazy. You think people are sick of HR? You know, Vanilla, I had a conversation with someone earlier, and they said the same thing that I was thinking. That normals right now is basically the new HR. Most of the players are dropping down to normals just to kind of like PvP and have fun. I think the amount of people in HR is shrinking a little bit. There are still HR players. It's not like it's dead. But I think there's a lot more people in normals right now than there was at like the start of the season. I think people are just kind of like just doing PvP for fun. And I think normals PvP is a lot less like it's sweaty, but it's not as punishing. Because you don't have like the amount of money you spend on kits is nowhere near what you spend in HR for a good kit. So makes sense. You think on this build Warsong would be better? I do not agree. I tried not running charismatic performance, and with Lament, it feels pretty bad. I was really having a hard time using it in the fight. Warsong, the issue I have with that is it doesn't last long enough. 6 seconds is a very short duration buff. I think Warsong is better if you're running Shriek, because like they don't make sense together. Why would you... If you're using Lament, it's because you want to kite them. If you're trying to kite them, you don't need Warsong. Shriek is more if you're going all in and you're going for melee, but I don't have Shriek. So Warsong is like kind of counterintuitive to what my build is trying to do, basically. That's how I look at it, at least. It wouldn't be bad, but I feel like charismatic is... It saves you like a second or so in PvP, and I think that second is pretty important. So. Not to mention the difference between max Lament and low Lament is insane. You're talking 12 seconds of speed slow. I think that's better. Well, I don't really use Bisp Blues. Like, I'm not running, like, the crazy crafted gear for the most part. I don't really know how much this build is because I didn't... I killed this guy for it, so I don't know what this would cost. But, like, compare it to... Here's a good example. The Northern Tripelt Tunic. This thing, base stat, is, like, 2k. And if you want a good, like, health bonus, which I think is 5%, cheapest is, you know, 5,000 or 2,000 gold total. So, you know, if you compare my gear to like a good crafted kit, it's a lot cheaper. Well, you know, title, HR is the same thing. In HR, you're either fighting full geared players or you're fighting a bunch of naked like people, either trying to zero to hero or they're trying to rat for PvP, like the naked rogues and stuff. HR and normals have the same exact problem where or the same exact like experience where you're either fighting geared players, geared relative to the mode. Like, I would consider a full blue geared player. Like, I would consider this geared in normals. So either you're fighting, like, full geared players, or, again, like, yeah, you're just fighting, like, the naked, like, whatever players just, like, running around. Tripelt is used by some barbs for arena as well. That drives the price up, but blue kits are pretty cheap usually. Yeah, most blue kits are not super pricey. It's more just specific crafted gear. Like, I think Tattered Choker is expensive. Yeah, like Tattered Choker baseline is 1,000 gold. So yeah, when you start to add the like crafted stuff, it does get a little bit pricey. I'll be right back in one moment, fellas. You want to see me run into the lore? I don't think... Does lore play HR or normals? Because I think lore plays more HR. I mean, heck, I played HR for almost a solid, like, month. Maybe, like, a month and a half, I think. I mean, I completely stopped playing normals completely before I started doing this, like, build guide series that I'm doing. But, I don't think any other creators are doing, beginner guides right now that I'm aware of, at least. Not for, like, blue gear, like, normal. So I don't really know if he's running there. I think he's more in HR. I think most creators in the game right now are running, like, high gear HR. So, yeah. It seems unlikely that we'll see him. That's really all I was getting at. I mean, really, that was the primary reason that I started making these guides. Because it felt like there was, like, not really any content going out for any players other than, like, sweaty HR, you know, whatever. Which I've been doing, like, all season already, so it was just, like, something to do that's new, you know? Yeah, I honestly, I don't blame the other streamers, though. I think there's not a lot of there's not a lot of new players right now. So, you know, I know that there are new players out there. I know because they've told me that they, like, appreciated the guides that I'm doing. But at the same time, I don't think there's a super large quantity of them either, so it's probably not the best timing to make new player guides, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Well, on the bright side, if we assume that most of the balance is going to be similar next season to it is right now, the guides will be useful for the start of next season, and, you know, maybe then some of the new players that join for the season will, like, see them, maybe. Yeah, every time I ever see a creator video in, like, my feed on YouTube, it's always, like, we got this artifact kill in HR, or I ran an artifact, or something. Like, it's usually something with, like, really high gear. Usually something with artifacts at this point in season that I see. So, I definitely feel like there is a pretty big lack of, you know, within reach build guide for players, because most players don't have artifacts, so, like, you know, they can't really follow those videos, I think, except for just entertainment of watching them. Well, I'm getting tired of people saying that all these classes are weak and garbage, and it's just not true. This game is in actually a pretty balanced state right now after the recent Barbarian nerf, and I'm kind of tired of people just acting like all these classes are garbage. Like, Bard is not trash. I'm so tired of people calling this, like, class bad. This class is not bad. It's just, like, just because you don't know how to play Bard doesn't make it bad, you know? Just gets a little old after a while. So, maybe I can convince some people that it's not the class, it's, you know, it's you. You know? I don't know how else to put it, but... Because I personally think the class, I think the game is actually relatively balanced at the moment. So. Ale Bard is strong in normals too, but I think it's a little bit too sweaty for a beginner guide, so I stopped using Ale Bard. I was using it earlier. I showcased how strong it is against a wizard, and we killed him, and now I think I'm kind of done with it. L-Bard is like I think it's a little bit out of reach for beginners. So I want to show that you don't have to play L-Bard to do well, and I'm showing it clearly. I've been running this build like all day, and it's been fine. So, like I almost died like once or something, but no deaths yet. Kind of hard to hit him behind that little fire thing. You know, GG. My guy took my drums though, man. I don't know where where did my drums go? I care more about those than his loot. There's one. Maybe it's on his inventory. Nope. Unfortunately. I don't know where that drum went. Okay. Door and door. Yeah, that's the game. I mean, bards also have no way to break doors unless you have the flute song. But you have to run 10 song for that. Wait, did he have the drum? Oh, was it in his tool slot? Or did I miss it? Oh, he did have it. Honestly, I'm using buckler because this is what that guy was using that I killed. This isn't my kit, so I just ran with it. Yeah, Yeah, I already made a door. I already made a door video in hopes that it gets fixed. I don't know if it'll ever actually get fixed or not at this point. But I've already done my part. I already made a video on it, so. Lyrium? Oh, Lyrium. Yeah, that dude is kind of wrecking it, huh? Actually, a little worried because I don't have ale. If I was ale bar, it'd be a lot less scary. Could be. Maybe we should get my, get the magic pots ready. That's probably what's coming. I mean, I'm assuming he's geared, so. Probably over here somewhere. Better hit my frickin' survival bow shots. It's all that matters. If I miss those survival shots, we're in a bit of a pickle. I gotta kill him like the last warlock. I need him to just miss all his spells, and I need a landmine. Although we might not even find him. Do I just reset? That guy probably left already. It's a big map too. It's pretty unlikely I'm gonna be able to find this guy. Yeah. I mean, I would love to fight him, but we don't have a lot of time left. We're already down to 6 minutes. Probably safer to just reset. That fighter was... It took a long time to kill that fighter. So... I'm sure we'll see him next game. Doors have never changed? No. No, they, as far as I'm aware, the doors have always been like this. Doesn't make me like them anymore, though. Uh, 350,000 active players on Arc, huh? 350,000 active players on Arc. That's what you said? Do you mean 100,000? That has fallen from 480? Are we just gonna pretend like Arc Raiders is gaining players? It's not that Arc Raiders is doing bad. The game is still very popular. But to claim that they are at 350,000 active players is a little bit disingenuous, don't you think? It's a little disingenuous for sure. I mean, that's just lying at that point. Not like Ark is a bad game, or it's dying, but to claim that it has more players than it has is just factually wrong. How does the lazy build work? You play your songs at the start of the match, and then you use Encore to refresh them, and you never have to play the songs again. Yeah, Arc Raiders is doing perfectly fine. That wasn't really the, that wasn't really, like, the point. It was more regarding the 350,000 active players, which is just, like, not true. Yeah, our creator's doing just fine in terms of player count. That's, like, what you would expect from a game that's been out for a while. Like, games are going to lose players over time. That's just gonna happen, no matter what. But yeah, so once we play the songs at the start of the match, we use Encore, and it refreshes our songs for us, so I no longer have to worry about them anymore. Very nice. Cooldown for Encore, 30 seconds. Short enough that you can infinitely spam it and never have to cast a single song. Yeah, this is my favorite way to play Bard in the game because I do not like playing Bard. Like, I don't like the music mechanics. The class is strong, even with Encore. So, you know. Oh my god, wait, we're on Ruins. Oh, the fucking wisps. This is why I don't play Ruins. Freaking, I forgot about that shit. I completely forgot that Ruins is like the anti-Bard. Completely forgot about that. This is why I play caves. Damn it. Stay out of the wisp modules. Don't go there. Biggest counter to this build is a wisp, yeah, indeed. Druid? I haven't seen a druid in a hot minute. Does Flute Shriek get refreshed? Well, no, that's a debuff. The Encore is for buffs, not debuffs. It's for your like core songs that buff yourself, like the movement speed, the action speed, shit like that. I don't think there's any way to know how many players are on console, because I don't think they ever released those numbers. As far as I'm aware. I don't think there's any way to actually know what the numbers are. Freaking mobs, man. So unfortunate. I don't like arc raiders at all. I think the gameplay is boring. Third-person shooters do not, like, interest me at all. I just don't, I don't find games like that fun. I will really, I will not, I will never stream arc raiders again. I can promise you that. If you enjoy those kind of games, that's, you know, great for you, but, yeah, I just don't really like them. I would rather play Dark any day than, you know, than play Arc Raiders. Feels like the loot barely matters in Arc. I spent 99% of my gameplay running Stitcher and then, like, a Pharaoh or the, whatever the hell that, like, revolver gun is. And it was, like, fine for PvP. I never felt like the PvP, like, honestly, I felt like I was at a disadvantage by running better weapons for PvP. I felt like the Stitcher was, like, the go-to, and it was the cheapest weapon by far. It felt very, like, weird. I didn't really like the progression that game had. I felt like most of the game was just, like, friendly looting, and that was, like, basically it. And or, like, naked, like, Stitcher PvP. I put 40 hours into Arc Raiders trying to figure out how the hell people like the game, and after 40 hours, I was able to confirm that it will never be a game for me, and I will not, like, I would not play it, because I debated, like, trying to stream it, and I even tried it at one point, but it just wasn't fun, so gave up on that. Venator pre-nerf. I think when I played Arc Raiders, the Venator wasn't really talked about as much. When I was still playing the game, it was all about the Stitcher. I don't even know if a single person talked about that gun. Yeah, I think that was, like, after I stopped playing. Because I played, like, near launch. Druid rat form, when they die, their body goes under the map and you can't loot them. It's a bug that has just not been fixed. And it's a repeatable bug too. It happens a lot, from what I've noticed. Very annoying. Yeah, any Venator meta that happened was, like, well after I stopped playing. I don't know where those guys went. Actually, the first barbarian I've... Wait, is that the first barb I fought all day? That can't be right. Surely that's not right. I think it is. I think that's the first barbarian I fought all day. That's actually insane. How was that even possible? Played Dark Souls 2 PvP? No, I played Dark Souls 3, and I didn't play I didn't really play it for PvP, I just played it for the game itself. I always heard about how bad Dark Souls 2 was. I never really played it too much. Feels like every time I talk about Dark Souls 2, they either say it's like the best game of all time and it's underrated, or they say it's complete garbage and shouldn't have and like that they would never play it. It's always one of the two. It's almost never in the middle. Everyone's sick of playing Barb? Xylophone. I killed like 4 geared Barbs yesterday at least. Heck, have you seen my Barb graveyard of gear? People are not... No, that's not true. Look at this stash inventory. This is from 2 days of PvP. This gear stash, this is all Barb gear that I stole from other, like, you know, like from normals. Barbs are absolutely still playing. I just haven't seen them for some reason. I know Barb is still strong. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna play Barb again. I'm gonna play Barb for my beginner guide as well. I think the Barb PvP will be even easier than... I feel like it'll be easier than Bard, because I won't have to try as hard. This class is good, but I definitely feel like I have to, like, give some effort to making it work. Takes a little bit of skill. Still super strong, though. Oh, well, there's definitely less, Xylophone. I can agree there. There's 100% less Barbs. It's after the nerf. Once Barb got nerfed and got back down to Earth because they were basically God status, all the barbarians that were following the, you know, the train, so to speak, you know, following that, they kind of disappeared. They're off playing different classes now. I still think Barb is very strong, though. I definitely don't think it's weak by any means. I think that's, like, a little bit silly. I think the Bard build is okay to get started with Bard stuff, but you recommend moving to 10 song? I don't necessarily agree, in the sense that I think 10 song is stronger, but I think a lot of us do not like Bard's game mechanics, and if you can make Bard work without 10 song, I don't think you have to do it. Like, I would not tell somebody that if you can't play 10 song Bard, you shouldn't play the class. I think that is not, like, true. You can like, I mean, how long have we been playing for? What are we at? We've been playing for 3.5 hours, and I've killed a multitude of geared players at this point. And we're running the same kit as we did at the start of the stream. So, you know, I personally feel like we are showing that you definitely do not need to run the sweaty 10 song Bard to play the game. I think it's more than fine to do 5. Not everyone wants to, like, sweat their ass off playing 500 APM Bard. So I'm personally okay with this build. I think it's more fun, personally. Alright, I don't want to deal with the wisps anymore. I'm gonna go back to caves for the time being. I forgot about those damn wisps. They really mess up my build. I'm telling you straight up. I think at least normals PvP at the moment is the most balanced it's been after they nerf Barbarian, because I think Barb is still strong in normals. I no longer think Barb is like the must-take class. I think we're actually to the point where virtually every class is playable. I personally think if you're still complaining about normals PvP balance, it is a skill thing. I do not think it's a game issue. I feel like I can play any class in norms and make it work. And we're already going down the list. I played half the class in the game so far, and I've done well with all of them. The only classes I might struggle with are classes that I'm not good at, which is Druid and Ranger. And that's a skill thing, and not, you know, that's literally just a skill thing. Because I don't really play those classes. I don't think the classes are bad, so. You're gonna build this kit you got after that guy asked how much it costs. You're gonna play a game for funsies. I think it's fun, man. I like this build. Well, it's not like you have to play in BIS. I think there's like this misconception that you have to, for some reason, play in absolute BIS to fight other players, and that is just not true. You can build just decent enough gear, and it works just fine. Most of my kits are not BIS. I mean, I don't like fighting nightmare mobs, so I'm fine with normals mobs. Feel like HR mobs usually just end up screwing me, so I don't really mind it. I do play duos. I played a bunch of games with Glockdane over the last few weeks. I did at least 3 or 4 streams, but I like solos the most. I won't play trios though. I don't like trios. Hate solos? I mean, that's just preference, man. Really all it comes down to. HR would be more fun if red mobs were like the common site, and then the you know, the nightmare mobs were like every once in a while. I hate fighting mobs in caves, and it's like every other mob is, or more than that, are all nightmare. Gets kind of old after a while, because it's not like they're hard, they're just like an I don't even know what to call them. Bard song refresh? It might be new for the season, or at least it's within the last few months. I don't know exactly when it released. That sorcerer is kind of slaying the lobby right now. Makes you wish I had Ale Bard right now. Because a good sorcerer could be scary. Ale Bard would kind of trivialize it a little bit. But without Ale, it's definitely harder. Oh, that is a... Oh my god, it's a barbarian. First barb I've seen, like all day. Like actually geared barb. At least. Damn. What do we do? I don't want to get third-partied. Those are two competent players. Both would be hard fights. Yeah, Bard's refresh song is somewhat new. Did that Barb and Sorcerer never fight each other? How is that possible? I feel like those guys should have fought. Like, I am really, really surprised they didn't. Wait, that Sorcerer got a magic staff kill. Is he... Is that a melee Sorcerer? Nah, I don't really know. I'm not sure if he's melee or not. Yeah, I just don't know where they went at this point. Makes you a little worried that they haven't killed each other. Oh, okay. Alright, they did fight. The question is, where the hell did they fight at? That's the real question. I mean, I would expect the Barb to win against a Sork, so. Heck is he, though? They could really be anywhere. Oh my god, we found him. Wow. Oh my god, we actually found him. That's insane. I cannot... I was just following the open doors. Dang. Oh my god, the meds! The meds. The jackpot. Okay. Okay. Alright, well. This inventory is so, like, silly. It's just so funny to look at. Like, does he have enough meds? You never know. He might need more. You know? That's the ultimate normals loot. For sure. So funny. Why do drums hurt? My drums do 80 damage to the head because reinforced instruments is really strong. Oh, I was hoping that barb would be geared. I'm a little disappointed, but whatever. You could use Shriek instead of Lament, but I think it's worse. Yeah, considering that Barbarian, like, the Sorcerer killed the whole lobby, and then the Barbarian killed another player and the Sorcerer, I thought for sure at least one of them would be geared. They were all Squire stuff. Any remember 3x3 Goblin Caves? I do. I do. That was 3x3 Goblin Caves was nice. I do kind of miss that sometimes. It was just very chaotic. Three by three Goblin Caves with no continuous dungeons. Honestly, man, I don't like continuous dungeons. I would rather wait for a lobby. At the very least, I wish HR was not continuous. Oh, I must have misclicked. Yeah, I think Arc Raiders does the continuous a little bit better, just because you have the extractions that leave at different intervals. So it kind of gives the people who join like a little bit of a different, you know, alternative. Although I will say, even in Arc Raiders, I would rather there not be. I just don't like continuous dungeons. I think it is more fun when everybody starts together at the very beginning and just goes from there. Feels more balanced. You don't have to worry about people spawning after you. Like, there's been times where I've spawned in someone else's spawn from like a minute or two prior, and I just follow the doors and mobs until I like run into them. And that's so unfair for the player who spawned after me. It's not good in this game. Not in the current like state. Well, it's artificial risk. Is it really good game risk design if someone is spawning where you spawned like 2 minutes prior and then able to follow? Like, I feel like that just takes away from the game. Don't Arc Raiders mobs also respawn, or am I tripping? Like, after so much time, don't they have like a chance to respawn? I think they do. But Arc Raiders also has like 30-minute matches. Dark and Darkers are only 15 or 16, so it's a lot shorter as well. Oh, yeah, Domez, I don't mean reds. I'm talking about continuous as in people joining, like, after you joined. Yeah, I don't think I don't like Arc Raiders continuous either. I mean, I'm with you. I don't... Yeah, I'm not a fan, personally. Well, Legacy had a whole different problem of not having enough players, I feel like. I don't think Legacy's biggest problem was even the way they did their matches. I think Legacy had other problems, unfortunately. Which is kind of a shame. But that's a whole different ordeal. I think Legacy developers were full of themselves. I think they were too... Every time I ever heard anything about the devs, it was always about how they were ex-Blizzard developers, and I feel like that like went to their heads, and they used that as like a shield to why they knew best about their game, and they didn't know, and it just ended up not working out. I think the developers just kind of fumbled pretty bad. Midnight Walkers is terrible, man. I don't know how else to say it. Walkers is just not good. The game got worse with, like, future playtests. I don't even know how to, like, what even to say about that game. Legacy PvP was so hard that only the absolute top-tier players could even try to PvP. And I think the developers were too... I think they just didn't really realize or didn't care about that fact, and then the game suffered for it. That's part of it, at least. Game was just too hard. New players could not play the game. I mean, they threw everybody into Greenwood Day, for God's sake. They were fighting, like, geared, leveled up sweats. Like, what are they supposed to do? How are you supposed to learn the game as a new player if you have no protection for them? Mistfall got delayed until at least July. How do you know if someone worked at Blizzard? Don't worry, they'll tell you. Okay, that was kind of funny. That was actually kind of comical. I'll give you that one. I liked it. Yeah, the developers' refusal to try to make the game more accommodating towards new players outside of their garbage PvE mode, which has the same problems as Dark and Darker, where it's not a real PvE mode. It's like it's like a mode with low loot, and it doesn't. That's a whole different ordeal. Yeah, the PvE mode was like not the solution the devs needed, and I feel like they just never considered trying to make the PvP better for new players. It just kind of, I don't know. Just didn't work out. Lich going into Greenwood Day with purple gear is not the problem. The problem is that the developers are allowing Lich to go into Greenwood Day with purple gear. That is the problem. You cannot blame the players. You have to blame the developers. The players can only do what the developers allow you to do. If the developers allow you to go into the new player map with full high gear, that is the developer's fault. It is not the player's fault. The fact that the legacy developers did not fix that or didn't like understand how bad that is for your game, they can only blame themselves. I mean, It's truly insane that they even had Dark and Darker as an example to show like what gear gap, like how good gear gap is for like, I don't know, man, just very weird. But again, they knew best because they were ex-Blizzard developers, so don't worry, they know what they're doing. Yeah, I've noticed a trend. Well, is it trend? No, I won't call it that. I've noticed people directing blame of what players do towards like the players exclusively rather than looking at the developers. As like a good example, you know, the developers allowing players to go into high gear with, like, you know, allowing players to do that. It's the developer's own fault, you know? You can blame the player all you want, but ultimately it's on the developers to fix that shit, and if they don't do it, well, you know, you really, like, it's really them to blame. Now, you can still kind of, you can, like, the player is still kind of a dickhead for doing it, but, you know, the game is still mostly at fault here. It's more of the game's fault than the player's fault. Even if the player's, like, kind of being a dickhead for it, but again, I would still blame the developers more. Because ultimately, if the devs aren't fixing it, then even if that player doesn't do it, someone else will do it eventually anyway. So the cycle will keep going until it's fixed. Again, like Blue Gear Normals. If Blue Gear Normals wasn't capped, people would be running artifacts here. Guaranteed. I like wipes. I think you're... I love wipes. I think you're in the minority here. I played Extraction without wipes, and it's very boring. Yeah, I feel like Extraction games need wipes, so they get painfully boring, man. Oh shit. Oh my god, why is there so many people here? Too many people. It's at least 3. Okay. Have you heard of the one guy that was banned for duping? I don't know what you're talking about. In Dad? I'm not really... I mean, plenty of people have been banned for stuff like that. If Dark and Darker never wiped, this game would be so terrible. It would literally just be veterans with endless stacks of artifacts. Every single game would have artifacts in it, and it would be basically risk-free. It would be so flooded with high gear, it would be insane. Like, if this game didn't wipe, this game would have probably already died. Could not even imagine. Not even to mention the multitude of times that there's been dupes in the game that would have never been fixed otherwise. That you know, that too. Well, fucking hell, bro. Got them both one shot. I'm being punished for getting third-partied. How annoying is that? I had to, dude, that cleric was dead as hell, and now that cleric gets to live. God damn it, man. So obnoxious. Actually, so annoying. Not even fair, man. Cleric does not even deserve to be alive. Dude got shafted on. How annoying. Like, that cleric got dumpstered. He should not even be alive. That barb, too, failed the third party. Man. I don't do quests in Dark and Darker for the most part. I agree with you. Requesting is garbage. I don't even like quests in games like this. I think it should all craftables used to just be open for everybody at like whenever. I think that's better. I don't like quests. I think they're terrible. They're boring. Boring, unfun time sinks to artificially stop players from playing the game. I don't like quests at all. You could get rid of them and I would be fine with it. Yeah, I can agree. I can get on board with that. Bring it back to the way it used to be. I used to actually craft gear in this game. I used to craft like ruby silver gear and stuff. I can't tell you the last time I crafted a piece of gear. Because questing is just not fun. Yeah, problem is the questing forces you to go to the water map, which is like the bane of this game. So, you know, that's a problem. Wait, that's a... My god, it's a different player. That portal's open under me. Oh, okay. He ran away. That's so cheesy. The door hits like that. Oh my god. I hate the door game. It's so silly. Should not be a thing. He's so low. He's low, but he's too far away. Alright, we're just gonna leave. Are you kidding me? Is this real? Yeah, get wrecked. that barb got wrecked, man. That barb third-partied me, and then got slayed. That's what he gets. That's what he gets, man. Dude, third-partied me twice in the same game. Unbelievable. Actually, so unbelievable. That's what you have to do next wipe, no quests. Dude, I've been doing nearly no quest wipes for over a year now. I did a lot of quests this season, but only for content streams. No normals? Oh, I'm doing normals because I am doing a guide for classes. I've done Warlock and Sork so far. Fighter and Cleric are already made. Well, made as in, like, I have the content from stream. So yeah, we're doing normals to make, beginner guides. Yeah, people, I'm tired of people telling me that X class is weak and it's not playable. Bard is one of them, and this class is way, way, way better than people give it credit for. Even the non-ale variant, which is worse, it's just, like, a lot cheaper, is still extremely strong. I mean, if I haven't convinced you after 4 hours of Bard PvP, if I haven't convinced you yet that Bard is strong, I don't know what else I can do. So. Yes. Yes, I will do Barbarian. I have not done Barbarian yet. That is on the list. Yep. It's coming. Enjoy the fighter stream. I rolled so many lobbies. Leprechaun, you must have not seen my cleric yesterday. My cleric was undefeated. Except for a stream sniping gang of people, and I got my gear back from one of the people that were in my lobby. Besides that, like, 2v1 I had from stream snipers, yeah, my cleric was, I mean, it worked out really well. Yeah, honestly, I think, like, the thing that normals does better than HR is it's more about your skill than it is your gear. Really, I think I can make virtually every class work because I just have, like, the skill to make it work. Minus, like, maybe, like, Druid, maybe Ranger, I don't really know. Because I don't play those classes a lot, but... You know, when people continuously tell me that these classes are garbage, you know, I feel like you can clearly see that they're not as bad as people make it out to be. Yeah, it was, Smite DP Cleric, yeah. No, most of my builds do not revolve around blocking and parrying. Most of the time, my builds are more focused on just, like, movement. Zweihander? I think Zwei is still strong. I know Pete still uses it, I'm pretty sure, at least. Be back in a moment, fellas. I know, I wasted so much time on the Cockatrice quest for no reason. The only quest in the game that's even worth it, honestly, is probably the Surgeon quest. Just so you can buy white bandages and green ones. Outside of the Surgeon, maybe the Goblin Merchant, but even the Merchant is pretty stingy on gear, so... Most of the quests just aren't worth your time. It's a waste. So... Yeah, next season I'll probably just do like the Surgeon and maybe the Goblin Merchant and just kind of call it from there. Storm was just fun, but the game's builds don't go online till higher gear thresholds. I disagree with that. Blue gear is high enough gear that I can make most builds work similar to High Roller. Yeah, I don't agree with that. Or if that was a question, then the answer is no. I think blue gear is more than enough to make builds work. I mean, clearly, Bard is one of the most gear-dependent classes in the entire game, and I'm sitting here playing it just fine. So, if it was Squire, Squire is not balanced. Like, Squire gear is really not the true, like it's not the true balance of this game at all. But yeah, in blues, yeah, you can get all the stats you need for virtually every build. There are builds that only work in High Roller, but every class can every class can work in normals. Do I have enough content to make video for Fighter and Cleric? Yes. Yes, the Fighter build is actually already done. I've already edited down the PvP. All I have to do for the Fighter video is voiceover for the build guide portion, like going over the stats on my build, and then organize the fights in like a fun way, like just like kind of like you know, just organize the order of the PvP, and then we're done. So yeah, it's pretty much already complete at this point. Yeah, the fighter one should be coming tomorrow. Valentine was worth the gold bags, Huntress was worth the chest too, but they buffed gold storage so much that you're not sure if you put time or put a coin into your chest. Yeah, Valentine is okay. I didn't really use them very much though. My biggest issue with Valentine was the little this candy. Every time I check Valentine, he had no loot. There was nothing to buy. I actually need to vendor the loot that I had. All of the candy was completely worthless. Oh, it's on my druid maybe? I definitely had a bunch of it. Yeah, all this candy, I never had a chance to use it. Because Valentine never had, like, anything good. Wait, that's 3K? Oh, wow. I'd rather have 3,000 gold than the gear that was coming up for me. That's actually, like, fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. Yeah, Valentine was being real stingy every time I checked. Hey there, you just started playing this game. Besides getting good, what tips do you recommend new players? Uncle, I just recently started making new player build guides. So if that kind of thing interests you, I can link my YouTube channel. The last 2 videos that I made was for Warlock and Sorcerer, and I'm making guides for every class, or at least most classes, in the coming, like, weeks. Yeah, that candy was from streams, or from, like, the Twitch drops. Saw a video of Slayer Fighter. That one's kind of old. I'm doing new beginner guides, but that's more centered on like how to build each class and kind of going from there. Well, I will tell you, Uncle, you can't get good in PvE mode. The only way to get good at this game is by playing PvP. I will tell you straight up. That is definitely the case. Did I say Midnight Walkers? Well, ESO? What is ESO? Wait, no way. Wait, are you serious? Wait, is Midnight Walkers closing down? Wait, no way. You're lying. I just talked about that yesterday. There's no way that's true, right? That would be insane. Are you sure? Are you capping? Where do they say this? Because that's actually a big deal if that's true. Where did they say this at? You're gonna have to send me a link here or something, because that's a big claim. Because I'm looking on their Discord and I do not see an announcement here at all about that. Is it on Steam? On their Discord? I'm on their Discord and I don't see that. Where is it at on their Discord, Mana? Here, guide me. I'm on their Discord right now. Where's it at? I'm in their announcements tab right now. Someone on their staff? Yeah, but like where? Where did they say that? Because that is like that's a very big, that's like big news. There's no official announcement. Yeah, but like, who said it? You got a screenshot? Because I feel like you gotta send me something, man. You can't just say it's going into service and have there's no announcement. There's nothing on Steam. You gotta give me something here, man. Yeah, so if you have a screenshot, you're welcome to send it to me. But I mean, I'm not gonna just, I need proof first. So can't just without any official announcement, I can't just like take your word for it. Someone on their staff said they're struggling with low player base. Okay, that doesn't mean the game is end of service. You're just inferring. Of course the game is struggling with low player base. I mean, I could have told you that. But that is not the same as them making an announcement saying the game is ending. So now you've gone from now you went from the staff said the game is end of service to the staff said they're struggling with low player base. So those are 2 very different things. Until yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I know Midnight Walkers is struggling, but I need to actually see like proof of this before I can discuss that kind of thing. So yeah. Anyway, moving on. Marauders? Yeah, Marauders died though, right? I feel like Marauders died a long time ago. You said end of service? I mean, man, end of service to most people is going to mean that there is a end of date, like a closure date for the game. You know, Dungeonborn had a end of service date. Legacy has an end of service date for the end of this month. Dungeon Stalkers has an end of service date for like June or July or something. End of service means that there is like a time frame for when the game is closing. I mean, it might happen. It might close. I wouldn't be surprised if it did, but you know, until it actually is official, I'm not gonna like worry about it. Yeah, what is Midnight Walker's player count looking like right now, anyway? Yeah, it's not looking good. I definitely can, it's pretty bad, unfortunately. Kind of hard to have a game when you have 100 players. Like, this is not live service sustainable by any means. Like, how many people do you think are even... You know, the final node to when you know the game is probably going to close. They start removing servers. Like, they consolidate, like, north, like, maybe, like, east and west or something. Any kind of consolidations or server removals is usually the first step to closing down the game. Dungeonborn did it. Outside of that, probably slowed updates. That's like step number 2. Consolidations and maintenance mode is at the point where I would consider this game like never recovering. They already did it. SA server is gone. Oh, Midnight Walkers is already removing servers. Okay, this game is done then, for sure. Yeah, if the developers are not confident enough that they're already removing servers, what is it? Released in January, so that's like 2 months. About 2 months from, yeah. Yeah, if in 2 months' time they've already started like dwindling that kind of stuff, yeah, this game has no chance. Yeah, that's a very bad sign. Yeah, this game will probably be like completely dead soon. You know, I kind of wish Sword Eye was doing better, to be honest with you. Because I think Sword Eye is kind of a cool game, but they just don't have the player count to support like a PvP game. So, yeah, we're pretty much just left with Dark and Darker. Oh, that's another thing that would be the end of Midnight Walkers. Most likely, if they made the game free. That's like another sign that they don't think, like, at that point, the game is already designed from a paid standpoint. Even if you make Midnight Walkers free, the game is still going to, like, that's not going to save the game. I just don't really see what Midnight Walkers can do at this point. I think that game is probably done, which is kind of sad. I consider playing Sword Eye on stream, but like the player count is so low for that game, I just don't really know if it's worth playing on stream, unfortunately. It's not even a bad game, it just doesn't have any players. Naquan doesn't need Naquan doesn't need Midnight Walkers to die. Naquan, I think, is gonna just be a good game, generally. Seems like it will be, at least. Hunger's at the bottom of my list for upcoming games. I'm looking forward to Mistfall and Naquan more than Hunger. Because Hunger hasn't given us any public playtests, so... Until we see a public playtest, Hunger needs to prove itself first. Private playtest tells me that they're not confident enough in the game yet to show it, which means the game is not even remotely close to, like, being ready for the public. Minute walkers can survive. All they have to do is ban cheaters, limit consumables, fix the loot, add hardcore, add duos and trios, fix crafting, fix vendor affinity, fix the auction house, add more stash tabs, advertise the game, go into 1.0 and add more content. Oh, okay. All right, yeah. So actually, we're good then, right? Cool. Okay. So we're chilling. Sick. Sounds easy enough. Whirlwind is crazy. GG. I should have used my drums, actually. That was a misplay on my part. Drums actually would have been very, very good there. I regret not using them. Just a straight misplay on my part. If I died, I would have had to blame myself there. Even though I hit survival bow hits, the drum hits are just so much damage. I should have done it regardless. Geared barb, too. Take it. No, my green bandage. Drums have a bigger hitbox. Drums hitbox is enormous. And I have the 50% damage perk, so my drums do insane DP. They do so much damage. I should have thrown them at the barbarian. It was just, it was a misplay on my end for not doing that. Not everybody likes arena. Just because arena is not the main part of this game. It's a side mode that people like. I mean, I don't know why you're surprised that people aren't playing arena. It's trios only. And it's a mode that you don't lose gear, which is, you know, not like the main part of the game. I'm not surprised, at least. Not everybody's an arena player. I don't even like arena. There are less people in the dungeons when arena's open, but that's because the people that like arena go and play it, you know? Dude, every barb I see, I feel like I just farm. Maybe, I don't know, man. Is barb gonna get me killed when I play it? Surely these guys are just misplaying. Surely. I mean, he did waste his whirlwind, so, you know, there's that. Waiting for this damn elevator. Do you guys think Whirlwind is good right now? Because I don't think it's good in trios or I don't think it's good in solos anymore. Does not seem like it gets any play at this point. You didn't one-shot me? Barbarians got nerfed. I don't think they're, like, broken right now. I think normals is currently very balanced. I think Whirlwind went from being broken to being kind of like whatever. Oh, Judgment build. I wanna watch this fight. I think he's gonna get wrecked. Yeah, this is basically the story of my life when I try to fight Ranger as a cleric. Do you see how quick that guy is? Like, look how quick his health is dropping. You don't even have time to use Judgment. He didn't. Oh, there's no door. Yeah, like, that's why, yeah, like, that is such a good example of why Judgment Cleric is not good. Ranger does it, like, way better. Why not just play Ranger? Every single arrow is like a judgment, basically, and it's not on cooldown. That was, I feel like that was such a good example fight. I'm glad we watched that. Ranger's the strongest caster in the game. Yeah, I'm gonna play Ranger at some point, and what I'm hoping is that I play the class and I do extremely well, and I realize that I'm actually good at Ranger too. Ranger has been like the... Ranger's been like the class that I feel like I always like kind of fumble with whenever I try to play it, but I know it's super strong. So, you know. I mean, yeah, if you consider the damage of Longbow, it's not Bardiche. It's basically like a Morning Star, right? So Morning Star damage is 35. Longbow damage is 35. It's like hitting someone with a Morning Star at any range you want. That's basically what it is. You're not wrong. It really is the strongest caster in the game. Ranger is so like insane. I can't believe that they've received like such like minor like nerfs. Yeah, I'll probably be playing Longbow Ranger when I do play the class. I feel like that's like gotta be the right call. Well, on the bright side, I 100%, I think at this point, have enough PvP for Bard for the video I want to make. So, that's kind of nice. What are we going, like 4 hours or so? 4.5 hours? Yeah. I would say at this point, we definitely have enough PvP for Bard pretty easily. Ranger does not get countered. I don't think Ranger gets countered by Plate the way that you act like they do. I don't think that's true. Ranger has more firepower at range than fighters do. That's an old way of thinking. That's not like currently how the game operates. It's super easy to build armor pen right now. That's a non-issue. In HR, you can literally just build a little bit of extra armor pen on top of your longbow base, and those plate fighters are not going to matter. Since when? Since the start of the season, where you can build armor pens super easy. Heck, man, people have been running like 60% armor pen builds. I think it's kind of excessive. You only really need like 30. But it's really not that hard for classes to build for that armor pen. So, I mean, yeah, if you're playing Ranger and don't want to get countered by plate fighters, it's not that hard to do it. How are you playing Bard with Lament? What do you mean? I'm playing Rousing Rhythm, Beats of Alacrity, Ballad of Courage, and Area. These are like the best songs. Harmonic is good too, but I decided that Lament is too good for PvP not to take it. But yeah, in a meta where it's so easy to build for armor pen, I don't really see how Ranger's getting countered by anybody. If anything, that means you're building wrong. Like, if you're getting countered by plate fighters, just build more armor pen. It's, you know, that's a building issue. So. Yeah, base Ranger hunting traps, I think lasted for like, what was it, 15 seconds or something? It was like really stupid. Ranger was so like busted before with those traps. Harmonic Shield is 2.5% PDR, right around that. It's the weakest of the songs. It's not bad, but it's not like as strong as the other ones. Goes without saying, 8% action speed, 10 fizz power, 6 movement speed, plus 2 all is all better than 2.5 PDR. So, we're basically just prioritizing at this point. Just using whatever is, using what's best for only 5 song. By the way, I need to take some time tonight to finish up that fighter video, so I don't know how much longer I'll be streaming for. Because I'm going to be busy probably all day tomorrow, so I need to make sure I get that video done tonight if I want it over the weekend. So, might be cutting our stream a little bit short. I did consider running Harmonic Shield. Wow, I just screwed that Sork so bad, but I don't mind. I think he killed him. I hate Sorks more than fighters, so wanted to give him the upper hand. How are these missing? I'm just gonna miss all of our hits, I guess. I don't know how we missed that many survival swing or shots. That was so bad. Warning shots. Yeah, those are just warning shots, I tell you. Wanted to make sure he was scared of us. I don't know where the barb went. Oh my god, it's a player goblin. Fighter? Oh man. That barb is definitely dead. I would assume at least. Yeah, I knew that fighter. I knew that barb was dead. Oh, I actually almost threw that. I definitely almost threw that fight. There was no reason to jump down there. I could have just ranged him. Yeah, I definitely, like, could have played that better. It's alright. Worked out. What a bloodthirsty match this has been. By the way, that drum shot, I think that hurt him like crazy. When he was running at me at the door and I threw the drum, he U-turned very quick. I think that hurt him like I think that did a lot of damage. I think so. Alright. GG. Oh my god. Oh, there's gonna be so much loot. I can already tell. Yeah, this is gonna be ridiculous. This might actually be one of the best games of the night. don't even know how I'm supposed to loot all this. And I'm sure that barb is geared too. He's gotta be. Where is that barb? He killed him. Where did the barbarian die? Oh, over here. No. That's not the barb. Damn, I don't know. Might not be able to loot that barb. Which is kind of unfortunate. I mean, it's fine. We have a lot of loot. It's not a big deal. I wanted the jewelry, but whatever. How am I going to grab this? Just grab the cross C and go. It's fine. Feels like super wasteful, but I just do not know where this barb is. That was a different player. You mean him? It's not a big deal. It's fine. I have plenty of loot. It's really not a big deal. No, I'm full inventory anyway. Okay, GG. Oh my god, there's a rogue over here. Alright. Kinda glad I didn't stay longer. I mean, yeah, I'm kinda glad I didn't stay longer. Yeah, for a normals run, that is some insane loot. That is so silly. We missed out on another player too, man. Off. Yeah, I really feel like I misplayed that last fight we were in. Like at that point, he's not he's at the bottom. He's not going to be able to like out heal. Like at that point we can just survival bow him down. There's no reason I think to push there. Like I knew he was low. So like maybe the play was fine, but I think it was just like the most risky play. I think we could have done that safer and like it would have been just better for it. I mean, it's fine, it worked out, but just a thought. Biggest misplay was jumping down, but jumping down with survival bow was questionable. Well, I thought he might be one survival bow shot from dying. So my thought was jump down and hit him with the bow. But yeah, I do regret the way that I played that. I do regret that final play. I should not have done that. That was super greedy for no reason. I almost threw that fight. That was like he was getting outplayed like I feel like I had him so dead to rights there. The only way I ever die is by misplaying, which is what I almost did. So, yeah. Luckily, we didn't get punished, but I definitely was a little worried. Do you guys want to play a different class for a little bit? I feel like I've gotten enough Bard PvP at this point, so I don't think I need to play Bard anymore. Also, I kind of want, since we've gone the whole stream without dying, I kind of want to keep this kit to use for the video. So I kind of want to stop playing Bard for now, just so I can, like at this point, it would just be nice to show off like the kit like for like the stream, since it's the only kit I used. I would be kind of sad if I requeued and died. So I think this kit has done so well at this point. I kind of want to like showcase it. So what do you guys think we could do? Are there any other classes you would like to see? Well, yeah, that's another good point as well, Xylophone. If I had gotten third partied there, I'm just making the third party way easier to kill me at that point. Wizzy? Wizzy? I don't know, man. I don't know. We could try a ranger game. What do I want to play? That is the question. What class? I don't want to play cleric or fighter. I'm like, I've played like enough of that over the last 2 days. I don't want to play those classes. Do I have a wizard kit? Like a blue gear wizard kit? I do. Dang, I kind of wish I didn't. Oh, this isn't my kit though. Yeah, this is someone's kit that I stole. I actually remember because I mentioned that this guy needed to socket action speed on his cloak. Do I have a ranger kit? This is the guy that I killed earlier, right? The ranger. Oh my god, yeah, this is the 22 PDR ranger. Do we run a 22% PDR kit? I feel like that's pretty terrible. Do we swap out some of his gear to make it a little bit better? Because it really is pretty bad. Like, he's fast, but I just feel like he's kind of trolling a little bit, don't you think? Let me see if I want to throw a light of Keaton on or not. Heavy Gambison. That feels like it'd be too slow though, is the thing. A little bit too slow. Padded Tunic could be decent. We already have one here, ready to go. Well, I'm not like super confident here. I feel like I'm probably gonna end up dying. I just want to see what my total stats look like if I swap this. Alright, so let's say I swap to padded. I would go to 26%. I would drop down to what, 301 speed? I feel like it really doesn't matter till you reach a critical threshold, and I would have to change the entire kit to make it good. So maybe I just run this kit as it is and just accept that we're glass cannony. I guess that's fine. I don't like this kit, personally. I feel like I would rather... There's a lot of things I would change here. We could just run it. It's fine. Dang, I should be looting these spheres with 2 weapon damage. They're kind of expensive. I definitely should probably be looting these. Oh, it's a high roll. Okay. Yeah, we'll give this a try. It looks okay for forceful shot. You think it's a forceful shot build? For longbow? You think so? I haven't modified the skills yet. I feel like forceful shot's more of a survival bow thing. You think so? Can anybody tell me what perks are good for Ranger? I know Nimble Hands is like insane. I know Quick Reload's really good. Is Kinesthesia good for Ranger as well? Not really entirely sure. Is multi-shot too cheesy? That's the real question. I feel like multi-shot for longbow just makes sense. Well, this isn't a crossbow build, so we wouldn't run that. Chase is like basically required, huh? Do we drop Kinesthesia for it? Maybe. You're right, because of like rogues and shit. I feel like I want quick fire. Does quick fire do well with quick shot? Or should I just run multi-shot? Yes, multi-shot is shotgun, yeah. I know it used to be really strong. But quickfire, I feel like, is really good too. I mean, we have a spear, so we can melee. If we need to. I might just go with this. If we die, we die. It's like it's fine. Not a massive deal. This isn't really this kit isn't really quite what I want it to be. I'm just running it because it's the guy that we killed earlier, so it's kind of making do. Should I bring more arrows if we're gonna be using shotgun? I could easily like go through these arrows, I feel like. What if I should bring 2 stacks? Is that too much? For a ranger, I'll do it. Quickfire is good because of the movecy changes. Okay, we can give it a go. Well, if I was gonna make this build, I would go for more tanky stats, so I'm more competent in melee, similar to like my Bard was. This is a very squishy build, and I think it's why I killed him so easily. I don't really like this build very much, but maybe it'll surprise me and I can make it work. Maybe. But I would not be surprised if I died like my first game on. Because I think it's like way too squishy. For like 20 PDR, it's way too low. I don't know why this guy would build so low. Okay, I do have a question. Do you use Quickfire with Quickshot, or are they separate abilities? Does Quickfire help Quickshot go out faster? I mean, I guess it does, because it increases your action speed, so I guess it's, like, worth it. Just not really sure how you're supposed to use them. The effective HP is so low. Yeah, no, I'm very worried about my health pool. I really feel like I'm gonna end up dying here. I feel like I'm way too squishy. Would Forceful Shot be better? I feel like Forceful is more for survival bow gameplay, though. I just don't know if it's good for longbow. I think Forceful is mandatory now. It lets you cheese everyone but Barb with Iron Will. Even with Spear, though? Or, I'm sorry, even with longbow, though? I mean, I could change it to a survive bow. I mean, do you think longbow is the wrong choice for ranger? Should I be using a survival bow instead? Because I could. Again, this is like the first steps of figuring out what the hell kind of build I would want to play on ranger. I don't even really know. No, survival bow is good in normals. That's cap. I use it on bard. That's not an issue. Yeah, survival bow being like survival bow is very strong. I don't have an issue with that. It's more so just I don't know if for ranger longbow or survival's better. I mean, I've been running survival for like 4.5 hours. How are these shots missing? Oh, this is why I gotta practice on ranger, because my aim is horrendous. Apparently. I don't know how the hell I missed those. I swear it phased through them. I can't believe I missed those shots. Insane. How the hell did I even do that? Don't even know. Well, this is good practice. Because I definitely need it. There's a reason I don't play ranger, fellas. This is like one of my worst classes in the game. My arrows are not consistent enough. He's not squire, he's actually in full blue. Funny enough. Oh, I guess his bow is blue, but... The title's fine, people will figure it out. I won't be streaming for much longer anyway. It's not a big a deal. Honestly, I think I'm better with survival bow than I am with longbow, which might mean I should play forceful shot survival bow for this build. Maybe that is just more my playstyle. Might be. I mean, I could always be more accurate, though. Dude, we do so much damage to each other. Or at least he does a ton of damage to me. Oh my god. I'm so squishy. One arrow and I'm like 3rd HP already. Insanity. And he might have traps too. I don't even know. God, I hate Ranger versus Ranger. God damn it. Oh my god. I don't even know, like, would survival mode do better here? I'm not even sure. Forceful shot wouldn't even really help here, though. What would forceful shot be doing here? Not much. Yes! Oh my god, Jesus. Oh, GG. I actually want a Ranger 1v1. That's actually insane. I'm gonna try my absolute ass off here, man. That's the geared Ranger I've been seeing all day, by the way. This guy is very geared. Yeah. Ironic that I kill him on Ranger. It's a little funny. No spear probably got him killed. I think that's a misplay. I think you always take spear. It's worth the perk space. Yeah, drop items here. Well, we got a backup Ranger kit, so there you go. You've seen that name in one of my other lobbies? Dude, that Ranger has been in a multitude of my other lobbies. He's been around a lot. Trust me, he's been here a decent bit. I fought him a few times, but I could never kill him. So I just think it's funny that we finally got him on Ranger. Honestly, this guy's PDR is kind of low too. I feel like. Is that just what Rangers are doing? They're just going for like squishy, like movement speed builds or whatever? I guess you just do so much damage from range. I guess it's fine. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, his effective health, I think, was around the same as mine. I think you're right. I mean, he has a near identical kit to what I'm running. Very close. PDR is not a stat Rangers consider. Well, I do. The melee brain in me can't help but, like, wonder why the PDR is so low. It is not like knowledge to Barb. That's entirely different. That is not even the same thing. Knowledge on Barb is actually useless. PDR is always helpful, I feel like. Oh. It's kind of nice. Got a backup kit already. We just started. Pretty good. I mean, considering that guy probably plays Ranger all the time, and my Ranger is basically unused this season, I feel like I'm content with killing him. Might not have played the fight the best, but I feel like I played well enough, at the very least. Yeah. But yeah, I can't help but wonder if longbow is more my playstyle, or if survival bow forceful shot, so I can like get in people's faces and they keep getting knocked back. I wonder if that would be like, I don't know. I'm just not really sure which one would be better for me. Hard to say. Maybe it's a pro and con kind of deal. Like maybe both builds are good. It doesn't really matter which one you play, as long as you play like well. Perhaps. You think longbow is better for range fights and forceful's better for melee fights? If that is the case, Goblin Caves is probably better for survival bow, because I would like to say more fights are melee than not. The bigger issue is, are barbs currently running Iron Will? If yes, then your forceful shot is a dead perk, or dead skill. So that's like the big thing. I think both builds are viable. I think you can play either or and it's like fine. Gigi lost the fight because of his lantern. Maybe you're biased, but you've been using parries all season. You think that guy would have parried my spear? Maybe. It's possible. Hard to say, though. Alright, guys. I'm actually going to call it there for stream. I need to, I want to work on and finish out this fighter guide that I'm working on, because I want to release it for tomorrow. So thank you all for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed the Bard gameplay. And sorry, I had to sneeze. Thanks for watching. If you're on YouTube, if you don't mind liking the video before you go, I'd appreciate it. Helps the VOD, so thanks in advance. If you're on Twitch, drop a follow, and I will see you guys. Well, I'm probably going to be going on the weekend. I will not be streaming tomorrow, I don't believe. Video will be out tomorrow, but I will not be streaming. I'm not sure about Sunday. Worst case, I'll see you guys on Monday, and then I'll figure out what class I'm going to play next for this guide, you know, for the next guide video. Maybe Ranger. We'll see. All right. Thank you all. Take care. Have a good night, everybody. See ya.